Hello, Gigglers. What happened to me? It is so strange. Hello. Hello, hi at work. Hello, how are you? We're starting up with a big warm up. Look at this game, okay? You're gonna love this. But first, have to make it louder. This is gonna be our warm up section of the stream. Should be leaving soon, maybe. Don't know. That's right. You'll be leaving when it is time to leave. Okay, let's start. Look at this. Arkael recommended this. Arkael. What is this? It's a goat. Okay, I'm gonna share this stream with everybody in the universe. Everyone, I'm ready. So now, go game. Where is the everybody here? Server. Global. I wanna sneezy. Alright, I'm ready to do the warm-up. Oh, Gigglers. Look at this game, it has like a PlayStation feel, if you know what I mean. Look at this. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to fall out of my cave. You know what I mean? I hope the princess won't be upset with me. I am the one who knocks. You can jump. And this game has a really big PlayStation 1 feel. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? You can grab. You can do many different things. But for now, the main thing we can do is jump. Observe. Does he need to accept that mermaid eat fish? Do they? I don't know. It feels like cannibalism. The little mermaid would not eat little friend fish, whose name I've forgotten. I feel like she wouldn't. Let's go here, and you can grab. Boom, uh-oh. I messed up. It's okay. It's okay because I'm gonna just jump again. Flounder, exactly. I don't think she would eat him. Look at this! Observe what happens now. Dream Breaker. Press X button left stick click. After freely moving to vanquish foes, hitting enemies will build up magical power. To use it, hold B button, F key to heal. Wait, what? Oh, you can play this game in the first person. Okay, let's go. How do you like the game so far? It's like, where enemy? I was an enemy! Look, there was an enemy. I destroy my enemies. Wait. Enemy. I destroy you. You know? What a dark area. That's okay. You're gonna continue to flounder in this beautiful world of this game. But I'm gonna need to drink something fast soon. Not fast, but soon-ish. I don't know. Maybe. So let me put this here. How is everybody? How are all four of you in the chat today? How do you feel about this beautiful PlayStation 1-esque platformer game? I bet you love it. I bet you love to watch Lucy Haze play the platformer game. Not here. I'm fine, but also bored. Like the aesthetic, right? Why are you bored? How can you be bored watching playing this amazing platformer game that's like PlayStation 1? Oh no, I cannot believe I'm not entertaining you. Listen, I have to do this. I have to step up my game. If you are bored, then something's wrong with me. And something's wrong in the world. You know what I mean? You know how I feel? Because I'm at work, also I'm just hearing you. Ah, okay. Then I should build you an audio experience, okay? So I'm jumping from one thing to another thing, and I'm about to destroy a wall. It's true. I like the aesthetic because it's a lot like a PlayStation 1 game. You wanna hear what happened to me today? Are you interested in hearing about the day? Are you interested in hearing? I met with Mom. We went out and I saw a duck shoe near the subway / metro. It's true. It happened. There was a duck shoe near the subway. And then we went to the old town when I took a bunch of photos of... There was like a statue of an old warrior from the end of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That is also true. I'm not making stuff up. And then we ate. We ate and we drank a coffee. A nice coffee. You know? We took a walk. and we talk about starting to practice, or rather to... It's a save. You hit a crystal and you save. So we want to celebrate Jewish holidays, the New Year, and the dangerous days, and then Yom Kippur, and then the Sukkot, and all the other ones, you know? It's gonna be interesting. Maybe I should... How do you call it? Uh-oh. Maybe I should do a diaring. You'll be able to know about it as well. How these things are practiced. Well, these are extremely good things. No, I'm pretty sure I was here before, because I'm currently preparing a segment called The Fire Challenge. Essentially, you're gonna play Dark Souls 3 with a mod. Oh! That's interesting. Is that a mod to make me look like a duck? Fire Challenge. I have played Dark Souls 3 before. So that might be a nice challenge indeed. Huh. Interesting. I'm pretty sure... I was sure that I knew what to do here. The Fire Challenge. Should be good. I have to continue Final Fantasy 16 and Demon's Souls and all the other cool games. I think we need to go here. And now, look at this. I'm trying to... We did it! We jumped through the hole. Now we have to avoid the enemy once again. That was a good jump. We first need to create a playlist regarding climate change. Oh! Alright! Okay. So we're gonna do a challenge regarding climate change. That's good. Gosh darn it. But it's also connected to the one before. It's connected to the... You've saved again. It's connected to the nuclear one, actually. Interestingly enough. Because nuclear is like a way to fight climate change. Okay, we're getting to a new thing. This is as far as I got when I tested the game. Slide. We got a new skill. Press L left trigger Q on the ground, slide. So we can slide now. We got a new skill. Let me see. I cannot believe that Arcaer is not watching me play the goat game. Arcaer. Look at this. I jump on the cage. And then I jump on here. Look, I have to... Oh no! I screwed up. But it's okay. Screwing up is part of life. You know? Especially mine. Oh, I used to be so much better. I mean, I didn't used to be so much better. I only played this game once in my life, but... I did it perfectly. Okay, there we go. I can heal! Wonderful. Okay, This is all new territory from here on. Where do we go now? Save? Huh. The road branches out. Okay, so where do we go now? Get out. Get out. What do you want me to get out? I don't get it. Okay, it branches out again. Is there a map here in this game? Ooh, the sound design is good in this one. Look at this. It sounds so nice for some reason. So heavy. Wait. Oh, I think I'll need a double jump for this. Or something. It's too high up to jump. Oh, there's a save here. Above. Oh, a key. It's locked. Okay. Your disguise is paper thing. I'll fool most of them. Not like it matters. You're stuck here like the rest of us now. No getting past strong eyes. I have no idea what that means. I have to admit, I could use a map, but I guess that's the whole point of not having a map. Oh, I saw this game and wishlist it immediately. Have fun. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. It's a really fun game so far, but the problem is that I'm already stuck. Let me see. How do I get stuck so easily in games, Giggler? Or maybe I'm not stuck. Let's just explore. This game's aesthetic is so nice. Okay, I've been here before. Boom, boom. I see. I see what's happening here. Face to face with greatness, and it's strange. So there just has to be something that I can get here. Like the key or something. Or maybe... I think I know. Let me try something here. Oh! Maybe you have to... Nope. I thought that maybe you have to, you know. But no. That is not what I have to do. Uh-oh. Hello, Kickers. Been gone a while, recovering from shoulder surgery. Last time I viewed Lizzie was a cartoon bean. Watching to watch some game of this game. Hello, Cray HD. That's right, I'm a face now. This game feels very nostalgic because it has a PlayStation 1 feel. Maybe I will return to the VTube avatar at some point. But you know, for now, it's my face, as they call it. What do you think of Lucy Haze's face? Okay, I'm not sure what to do. I'm starting to panic. Getting lost is not very good content. Uh-oh. Maybe I should. Hello, Palm Dad. I'm stuck in this game. I'm sorry to say. And yes. I'll have to try to do something. Maybe I can... Nope. Get out. I'll never do it again. I just want to get out here. Do what? You'll never do what again? So what game is this? Like, what is it about? So I'm in a prison, I guess? I'm a goat? And it's a platformer. And that's about it. Or at least that's as far as I know. Okay, I cannot jump here. Huh. Strong eyes. Okay, maybe I should make the game a bit more near fighting with the power of Christ. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. Menu. Picture. I'm gonna make it brighter. Picture mode. No. I guess it's standard now. Wait. There should be more options here. so strange. It's okay, for now, let's see. So this I sort of feel like that game was too dark. Okay, I can see more now. Okay, I can see more of the game now. Can you cross the lodge in a wall? Can you play Code Vein? Got it cheap on Steam and loving it. It's like Final Fantasy meets Dark Souls. I've seen a bit of it, but I have not played it. Maybe I should play it on stream one day. Right now I'm ashamed to say that I'm stuck in this. Code Vein is fine. Do you know what is not fun? What is not fun is being... Oh? Hold on. What is not fun is being stuck in a game. This game has outsmarted me. Oh my god. Unless I've missed something in a area before. So let's just backtrack, I guess. Cheat? I don't know how to cheat in this game. Okay, there has to be something that I've missed. There has to be something around here that I've missed. Okay, it doesn't really look like I've missed anything. Huh. If anybody knows... What fencing? Which one? Okay, how can I be stuck so fast? Wait, maybe? No. Oh, you look it up. I could look it up. I feel like I've missed something. Oh! Okay, now I get it, I think. Okay, now I think I get it. Yeah, I thought I got it, but... Okay. That feels a bit difficult for this part of the game, but is this the solution? Was there something up here? See? What if... It doesn't feel right. Oh? Oh, maybe? Yeah, it looks so. Okay, I'm about to look up the solution. Oh my god. This game has defeated me at the very start of itself. I cannot believe. I have been beaten by a tutorial of a game. Which... Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a good question. Doesn't seem that way. Okay, we're gonna look up a solution, okay? Let me see. YouTube. Pseudo regalia. I'm gonna do it off screen. Just to not... Oh, it's a Revive N64 platformer. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a PlayStation. Okay, so... So it's got here, here, breaker, enemy. Okay, I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. Wait. Oh. What? Oh wait, I was on the right track. Oh my god. I was so close, and yet so far. Oh my god, I was so close. Okay. I had the right idea, actually. Okay, I had the right idea. Wait, hold on, something's wrong here. How did I do that jump? Like, I don't get it. Wait! Why can't I do this? Wait, hold on. What? Oh. There we go. Unstuck. Okay. We're okay. We're not missing an item. We're okay. Let's go. Oh my goodness. It took us a while. But we eventually conquered the tutorial thing. We have conquered the tutorial part. Have a feeling this is an enemy. Are you an enemy? Ah, woo! Ah, woo! Uh-oh. 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 Defeated monster! Boom! Small key. See, you've defeated a boss. Is it nice that we can heal? Alright, let's go! It's time for our big glory moment. Yoink. We have saved the game. Okay. Open sesames. Wow. Ooh. Now that's... I wonder if fall damage is a thing in this game. I'm out of here. This game is overwhelmingly positive. What is this? Purple goo. These crystals are pretty nice, right? They make me feel safe. I think I'm going to lick it. I bet it's full of minerals. Are these supposed to be books? Are these books? Alright, we got unstuck. Oh my goodness. Alright. What are these chicken-like things? Enemy? Enemy? Bong. Bong. What is this new skill? Indignation. Higher power gives you increased combat capabilities. Upon reaching power level 2, the range of your attack is extended and level for your damage is increased. This is reset upon spending on a heal. Okay. I got an indignation. Let's go. Oh my god, this... I have so many choices now. What a huge game. Bong. Oh no. Bong. Interesting. Let's backtrack for now. Let's check what the other places have to offer. We have like, although, have like a 3 different directions. But for example, we came from here. Ouch. The difficulty ramped up, that's for sure. Feels to me like the game got more difficult. There's so many places to go now. Feels so overwhelming. So many places. What's this? So many places to go. Family what? What was that message? What was that message? Okay, let's go. Oh. Oh. Okay. There's one here as well. Oh. Huh. I have... This feels like... Oh! Here we go, we destroyed a wall. What now? What do we do now? Is there a boss here? A new skill? Oh! Game saved. Library. For nerds. Is there anybody here? Huh. The library itself is quite big. It's locked. It's blocked. There's nothing here. Oh? Read a book on musical theory, The Ramblings of a Madman. Oh, shelves. Now we're talking. Oh, maybe not. Might be bigger. Well, my library is pretty big. So it's a pretty nice contest. I'm not sure, actually. Seems to be a pretty even fight. We got it! Ooh. Look here. Can get in. New skill? Let's do this. Wait, I cannot get it. Oh, let's go. Sun Graves. Press A button spacebar while in the air. After a short delay, do an air kick. Hitting walls and objects will cause you to jump away and be done up to 3 times until reset. Try kicking early to maximize distance. Hello, Moose Watcher. Hello, hello. Yes, I have enjoyed. Wait, so... Oh! Okay. I get it. I know what's happening here. Are you seeing this, gigglers? Look at this. Okay, I can only do this 3 times. It has to be like in a... Oh? Destroy the wall. There we go! We've done it! Boom! Oh my gosh. I'm already getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. How are you? I'm brilliant because... There we go! Ooh. What a skill. Amazing. What does this do? Uh-oh. Boom. Almost! Almost DD. Boom. 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 No. Alright. Did it. I am becoming a professional. What does resting... Oh! You can rest. Wow. No, 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 no. Oh, wow. Oh, there's a thing here. Boom. What happened? Oh, okay. I understand now. No! We should rest. Boom. The goat rest. I used to complain too much. They haven't been really around much this year. Ciao, playing some video games. Thanks to you for asking. True. We're gonna do some wild things today, gigglers. It's gonna be like, you know, like it's gonna be like in the good old days. When we giggled. We did it. What am I supposed to do here? I don't think that was supposed to happen. It's gonna be like in the good old days of giggling. We're gonna be discussing a wild conspiracy theory by our favorite conspiracy theory country, Russia. What? That's... Wait, what's the point of this then? Huh. Okay, I have no idea what the point of this is. If I cannot... Wait, I can. Okay. Alright, we did it! Oh my god, I'm so proud of us. Okay, let's go. Oh my goodness. We did it! We're so good. Boom, boom, boom. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing what's happening? What is this? Oh, enemies. Boom. What is this? I thought it was a letter or something, piece of paper. But no, it's just white thing on a thing. Where did something appear? Oh. What is this? Wait, I'm sorry, what happened? Wait, so what am I supposed to do here? Huh. Are we stuck again? Oh, maybe not. Okay, that's not the path. I seem to be missing a crucial skill. Feels like I'm missing a skill. Apologies. Maintenance? Where? Sorry, what? What were you doing maintenance on? What? Sorry, what? Wait, is this a question to me? Ah, okay. I was like shocked. I was full of shocks. So what are we doing here? I'm pretty sure something appeared over here. Oh. Huh. Okay, I feel like I'm making a... This guy making a mistake. Alright! Okay, I guess that's not happening. Okay, we got a skill, which we can use somewhere else now. Also got the chance to some repairing. Oh. Repairing is always good, gigglers. Whew. Should save. Katsu Katsu. I'm gonna save game soon. I wish we had a... map. Oh. We fell. Wish we had a map. So I'm gonna be honest, I feel pretty lost. Okay, I feel like something's wrong. By something's wrong, hello Maya Maya. If something's wrong, I mean I feel like I'm doing bad. I'm doing a bad. There we go. We're playing the goat game. Okay, let's go. Enemies. I destroyed them on breakfast. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Uh-oh. Boom. Okay, look at this. Uh-oh. We're gonna do a super react soon. It's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be full of giggling, you know? Boom! I feel like I'm messing up, but... Which Russian propaganda is this time? It's about Poland, of course. Poland. Okay, I feel like we should leave this place for now. I don't feel welcome here. We're gonna come back later. What is here? This place there's so many places here. Oh my god. I'm gonna avoid the enemy for now. I need to find a safe, you know, a save point. Have you played Mario 64 before? Only a bit. I have not played it super much. What is here? Sansa Keep. Locked. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I know. Of course I mess up. Okay, let's go. I almost did it. Oh, I did it. I'm a genius. I'm so good at this game. I feel like I'm a genius. What does this do? First try. It's true. Sort of. Kind of true. True. Ooh. Let's go like a professional wall jumper. If you like my jumping, consider jumping me a donation. That was the most subtle as I can muster. Boom! No! How? Uh-oh. Bong. What? This is embarrassing. There we go. There you go! Back jumping instead of jumping. Not jumping me! Oh my god. Consider I don't know, donating, not jumping me. Oh my god. Ah. Listen. Hey, listen. Spilling the tea. Wait, I'm back here? Why is it so dark? I guess now I know what this is for. Oh my god, why is it so dark here? I hate dark areas, gigglers. Ma was not mad. Uh-oh. Oh, great. Wait. What? With new skill? What is this? Wait, what is this? What is this dark hole? Am I damaging this? Am I doing anything to this? This is just futile. Doesn't feel like I'm doing anything to it. This is so weird. That's true. That's good advice, but I'm still... Oh, maybe I should throw it at it. Huh. I don't know. I'm basically... Is the tune of it changing? It sounded different in the second well. Maybe. Wah! I do not like dark areas. Shakespeare is here. Shakespeare, do you have time right now? Maybe I will change the order of the things. Because I have a few things planned for now. And one of them is a documentary. That's right. I have ridiculous Russia stuff, but I have also beautiful history stuff. You know? I don't think that'll help. Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, I don't like not seeing anything. What a painful zone. Is it the Vilna documentary? That's right. That's right. The beautiful documentary of Vilna, the city. Uh-oh. That's right. It is the documentary. Oh, we've got out of here. What a horrible zone. What have we gotten ourselves into? What have we gotten ourselves... Oh, the exit. Oh god, the exit. Yes, please. What the hell? The exit! Let's get out of here. I tried. I did my best to throw it on the pedestal. What is this place? This game is so big. Let's go. Oh. These are enemies. Oh. No! I didn't know. This is pseudo regalia. That's the title. Arkael recommended this game for us. Oh, what is this? Ooh! We can get more health. So, Shakespeare, do you have time for the documentary? Or no? What the hell? What? How am I supposed to get that? What? This is too fast. This is impossible. This is a... Oh, come on. Really? You expect me to get that? Oh my god. It's impossible! No! Ah. Oh my god. This game. It's This is impossible. I don't believe this is for normal regular humans to do. Why did I... Oh... No! Why did it react with a... Okay, I'm almost dead now. Oh... That's why I like Zelda games where you can shoot arrows. True. I cannot believe this game. I cannot! The platforms are hidden! Look, I'm gonna show you, okay? Platforms are literally hidden. Look at this. I'm so furious. Look, they're hidden. I cannot stand... Wait, what's that? What was that? Hold on. What is this? What? I died. Oh my god. You know what? This is the perfect moment for us to go to the next segment, okay? I'm not doing this because I'm rage quitting. I'm doing this because of not rage quitting. I am doing this because of the opposite of rage quitting. I'm doing this because of the calm quitting. I'm not rage quitting, I'm calm quitting. Oh my god. This game, I cannot believe. Sure. I knew you'd understand. Okay, Clip Studio. Oh, I'm so angry. Who called me Ananapolis? What did you call me? Why did you call me? Okay. We're gonna read. Not read, I'm sorry. We're gonna draw. Oh, I'm so stressed that I made a mistake in what we will be doing. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna go to, first of all, this. We're gonna be drawing. Believe it or not, I also sometimes draw. Ah. Oh my god. My thoughts exactly. Oh my god. I drew this today. We're gonna do a empty canvas. Empty canvas. We're gonna do the react. Small canvas. We're canvassing. And now, for your pleasure, since Shakespeare cannot watch the thing with me, I'm gonna show you something beautiful. Alright? Oh, remember the emote I wanted? What was the emote you wanted? Maybe we'll draw it right now. What was the emote you wanted? Please remind. Please remind, because I cannot be trusted to remember. I have to change the title of the stream. We're gonna delete this. There we go. We're just reacting to the propaganda now. What? What search bar? What? Oh yeah! Okay, I get it. Okay, we're gonna do it now actually. It's okay. There you go. You've got it. Got him. I'm gonna set the set. And I'm gonna put on the propaganda. I'm gonna have tons of fun. I'm gonna have so much fun. Alright, I like this video. So we're gonna react to it. It's only 12 minutes. It's about Ukraine, of course. And Poland, believe it or not. Okay, where's the... Wait, do you want the Kaim smile to be done by a duck or what? I can do a duck Kaim smile. Do you want it to be done by a duck or what? So we've gotta turn up the... There we go. Is this what you want me to do? I find the perfect picture. Let's try that. Okay, we're starting the react with making emote. There you go. Also consider... Oh, I have to give you the link. Join the page. As always, consider subscribing and donating. And I'm gonna start.
Sputnik International reports Poland preparing political pretext to occupy.
Oh yeah, Sputnik. The top of, you know, believability when it comes to news. Gotta love the Sputnik. Gotta love it. You can trust the Sputnik, trust me. It's the most believable news around.
Occupy Western Ukraine. Warsaw is planning to establish a regular Polish-Ukrainian union for subsequent occupation of Western Ukraine and announce its intention to build, quote, the strongest army, end quote, in Europe. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said this earlier today.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
That's a bit aggressive.
Shoigu, the most trustworthy fellow. Oh, damn. I didn't know that. Well, I guess that's it. If Shoigu says so, then I guess we should prepare for a Polish-Ukrainian pact and then Polish occupation. If you cannot trust Shoigu, then who can you trust? Who can you trust if you cannot trust Shoigu? You know? If you cannot trust this man, then you can basically trust no one. Not even yourself, not even your mom. Let's hear more. I'm intrigued. After all, I live in Poland. So if this goes through, I'm gonna be part of the pact and and the occupation.
So the Sputnik story continues. Poland has become the main instrument of the U.S. anti Russian policy and declares its intention to
Oh,
build the most powerful army in Europe for this purpose.
damn, damn. Poland, the instrument of destruction against glorious Mother Russia. Oh, damn. Most powerful army in Europe as well. That's not good, right? Howdy. Hello, Greater Range. We're watching through some really hardcore news, okay? What a goofy emote this is turning out to be. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What is the word for hello? In what language? I wish I knew how to draw. You can learn. You can learn to draw just as you can learn languages. Okay? It's true. As Isaac Bashevis Singer said in one of his books, nobody just knows things. You have to learn all of it. You know? One of the protagonists of the book that I'm reading right now says that nobody just knows things. You have to learn all of it. Cześć. Cześć is hello in Polish. So just as you can learn Spanish, Polish, Hebrew, Yiddish, you can also learn how to draw. I can help you, even though I'm not the biggest maestro. Krivaczek? Which one? Which book? Alright, let's go. Let's continue, because I'm intrigued about the pact that is being brewed between Poland and Ukraine.
Purpose. Warsaw has started large scale arms purchases from the U.S., the U.K., and South Korea.
That's true.
Sergei Shoigu said this at a meeting of the board of the Russian Defense Ministry. Brian, based on some of the things that I've been reading and hearing of late, I don't think that that Sergei Shoigu was being rhetorical here. And your thoughts on his assessment, and if Poland is planning to become the main instrument of the U.S. anti-Russian policy.
True. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. Of course, Poland's gonna be anti-Russia. That's that's a no-brainer. Okay, Poland's gonna be anti-Russia. Lithuania's gonna be anti-Russia. Latvia's gonna be anti-Russia. Ukraine, of course, is anti-Russia. And Belarus should be anti-Russia. But, it is what it is. We are where we are. But it's like saying that Poland wants to be instrumental in its anti-Russian effort is basically like saying that the grass is green. Again, by the way, this is Duda, right?
I might suggest
Duda, his nickname is the Pen because he just signs everything that the far-right Polish government gives him. Unironically, his nickname is the Pen. Just so you know. Poland's gonna beat up Russia? No, Poland's not gonna beat up Russia. Ukraine's gonna beat up Russia. You know, Poland's probably just gonna support it, but Ukraine's gonna be the one to beat up Russia. Oh, we want to get a Ukraine flag emote. That's actually pretty simple to do. We're gonna do it today. Well, this for Belarus meant below Russia, but I think it means white Russia or something. It actually doesn't mean white Russia. It actually doesn't mean white Russia. Fake Alec Parker, because I have to... Okay, we have to be careful with the naming, okay? Russia is a duck waving the Ukraine flag. That would be an animation, so it would be a little bit more complicated. But I could do it. Are there any countries in Europe that honestly would support Russia? Hungary. Unfortunately. Orban's Hungary is my answer to that question. Or a duck with Ukrainian flag feathers. That would work. I think Hungary, yeah. So, Russia is Rosja, okay? In Polish, Russia is Rosja. And in Polish, you have the word Ruś, okay? Ruś is not Russia. Ruś in English, and this is interesting because we're getting into some history. Ruś is Ruthenia, okay? And Ruthenia used to be a part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and almost became its own Great Duchy of Ruthenia. Wielkie Księstwo Ruskie, Ruś, okay? So in reality, Belarus doesn't mean white Russia. It means white Ruthenia, okay? Belarus means white Ruthenia. Does that make sense? Ruś, Ruthenia. And Ruski język, Ruthenian, not Russian. It's actually a pretty substantial difference. It is a puppet state, yeah. I suppose it's called Belarus as opposed to Belarussia. Yeah. Polak is the Polish word for Polish person, actually. The way you wrote it, the way you wrote Polak is actually how it's used in the Polish language. Yeah, so it's not dated nationally. It's just the Polish term for Polish person. Like the slurred one is when you write P-O-L-A-C-K. Some people write it like that to sort of mock Polish people. P-O-L-A-C-K is the sort of dated bad way of writing it, from what I know. But P-O-L-A-K is just Polish. You know, it's just a Polish word for Polish person. Apparently, Polak jokes were a thing when my grandparents' generation was younger, which is wild to me. Oh, there are quite a lot of stereotypes about Polish people. And the Rush of Kiev Rush comes from Norse-speaking people who moved across the area, the Dnipro to the Volga, and then Rush were mostly from the region north of Scania in Sweden. I suppose so. I actually started reading about, like, there were some super old societies that occupied the terrains of Kiev Rush. It's a long story. There's a lot to talk about. But yeah. Kiev Rush. There's a lot of history there to cover. Yeah, that word is a slur. Yep. Was even that racist slogan, slap them. You get the idea. Yeah, there was no nation as we know it. It was a amalgamation of people. Yes. And then it sort of became part of the Great Duchy of Lithuania, right? And granted, then those people intermix with pre-existing people groups that were in the areas which they Rush of Gideon, Rush and Rush. Yeah. So this is very, very interesting because Ruthenia, so parts of Kiev Rush, became incorporated into the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. And what is interesting is that the language of Lithuania did not sort of become the language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania. Ruthenian became the dominant language within the Great Duchy of Lithuania. So I'm not sure how many examples we have of this happening, okay? That a country incorporates, that a region incorporates another region, that a duchy incorporates a huge terrain, and the language of the people incorporated becomes the official language of the whole duchy. I'm not sure. On top of my head, I don't have many examples of that happening. You know? That the incorporating party did not impose the regional language into the incorporated area, but rather the incorporated area spread its language into the wider duchy. So for a long time, even after the creation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the official language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania was Ruthenian, which later became Belarusian and Ukrainian, because Ruthenian was this basis for both of these languages forming later on. If that makes sense, right? And even the Norse-speaking people were mixed already. It was never an unmixed, so to speak, people anywhere in the world, much less Europe. Yeah, that's correct. When historians refer to Germanic people, it only refers to people who speak Germanic languages, nothing else. That is actually also correct. Yeah. That is actually also correct. Yeah, it refers to a certain... So yeah. And that whole huge tangent was for me to, again, stress the point that Russia is not Ruthenia. Okay? This is the biggest takeaway that we can take from today's stream, I think. Have you ever watched the Kings and Generals documentary The Great Northern War, they really downplayed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. A lot of people don't even know the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth existed. Okay, let's continue. Because we're talking about the great... Yeah, let's say I get it, you're smarter than me. No! It's not true. You know more about Mexico than me. I've heard of Poland and Lithuania as separate entities. Yeah, of course. Because they were separate entities and then we became one Commonwealth. He's not here, fake Alec. Fake Alec Parker is not here. Okay. Well, let's continue because we'll have to learn about this pact. That's the extent of my educational. You're in the right place. This here stream focuses on that topic a lot. I actually have uploaded videos on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. All right, let's continue. We're here for the pact.
That they call Ukraine and ask how that's working out for them. Because I don't think that that's going too well for Ukraine. Brian Berletti.
What?
That's a really good point. And I think we've seen for many months now the U.S. positioning Poland as the next proxy in line for Washington to use to wage proxy war against Russia with.
What?
We hear about this massive military buildup that Poland is undertaking. They're doing this at the expense of resources that could be better invested in Poland for the Polish people.
What? What is this new Atlas BS? Oh boy. Where do I even begin with this? Like, it sort of goes like this. Poland sends a lot of equipment to Ukraine, but it's also arming itself while doing so, okay? And there will be no proxy war via... There can be no proxy war with Russia via Poland. How can there be? Poland is part of NATO. Okay. I have to address this. This is important, okay? I need to address this. Shakespeare says, but Poland has had to ask for more funding to move troops to the Belarusian border because of them using refugees at some tactical game, literally pairing with refugees' lights. Okay, I have to address this. The idea that refugees are part of some sort of hybrid war by Belarus is sadly Polish far-right government propaganda. Okay? Let me explain. Many refugees are trapped in the so-called no one's land between Poland and Belarus. Most of the refugees come from countries like Afghanistan. Poland does not want to accept refugees from Afghanistan because Poland's racist. Or should I say, the Polish government is very racist. Okay? And So, the Polish government has barred the entrance of the refugees. The Polish government has prohibited medics from supporting the refugees. The Polish government has prevented people from bringing food or anything to drink for the refugees. The Polish government has built barbed wire to prevent refugees from crossing the border. And the Polish government has framed the Polish government has framed this as some sort of hybrid war from Belarus. The Polish government has unironically said that a few thousand refugees will destabilize not just Poland but the entirety of EU. Okay? This was at the beginning of the so-called Belarusian border crisis. For context, like to keep things in perspective, since then Poland has received millions of refugees and no destabilization has happened. Just so you know, okay? And as we speak, many refugees overcome the barbed wires. They're like families with children, okay? And there are many local people that help out the refugees because, and this might be interesting to hear, they were asked by the media, why are you helping those refugees on the Belarusian border? And a villager from a nearby city said, because we don't want to become like the cities during World War II, like the villages during World War II that did pogroms on Jewish people. Yeah. People from small villages have actually learned their lessons from the Holocaust. So people said we're helping the refugees here because we don't want to become the next village like the ones that actually took part in the Holocaust. A thing that the Polish government actually tries to hide as well, by the way. And there are activists that in the middle of the night, while avoiding border patrol, risking jail, they go to the forests, they go to the swamps, and they go to the running away refugees to give them warm food, sometimes also cigarettes, blankets, anything that they might need. And they help the refugees to move safely and go further west. And oftentimes refugees are terrified. They think that the activists might give them up to the border patrol. Some of them start crying. Like when they received the warm food, some of them held their hand tightly and cried while eating. Yeah, I mean, Poland knows viscerally how you cannot cope with losing 3 or 4 million people out of senseless hate. Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of refugees that just help these refugees in spite of the government. So when you hear that Belarus is fighting some hybrid war for the refugees, do not believe it. It's just the Polish government being racist. It's all on the Polish government. The Polish government could accept those refugees, zero problems, okay? It's just racism. It's nothing else. It is just racism. And, interestingly enough, can you imagine the sorrow of not being able to ensure safety and nourishment for your children because of other people's cruelty? Yeah. And some children died of the refugees because they were hungry. They went out to find something to eat. And a child, for example, got poisoned by a mushroom because they ate a mushroom that turned out to be poisonous. That happened. And during the conference that I went to the Pauline Museum, I did a whole recap of this event. It was called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust. Unfortunately, the EU seems to approve of Polish policy. It doesn't seem to intervene, unfortunately. So during the conference, there was a person who had a whole speech about the Polish Belarusian border crisis. Is the bordering Polish villages the only real source of humanitarian aid? No, not just the bordering villages. There are also organizations that sort of have activists in them who, as I said, they go into the forests, they all go into the swamps and help the refugees. There are actual activists that do the job of helping them. I might try to get in contact with them. And there was a whole speech during that conference, The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust, about this situation. And the person, this is where I, for the first time, heard the term proto-genocide. The situation on the Polish-Belarusian border is a situation in which all of the genocidal mechanisms are in place. It's moving in a genocidal direction. All the machinery is there, but it's not quite genocidal action yet, if that makes sense. A proto-genocide. And the person giving this speech also reminded us through comparisons and slides that during the war, Jewish people who tried to escape the war and the Nazis were also sentenced to wander the so-called no one's lands, not accepted by countries, rejected. And there is a lot of similarity between these situations. And I've explained it a bit before, but the no man's land is a little bit of land between the borders of different countries. You have this sort of this little bit of land that is considered no one's, neutral. And Jewish people were confined to those lands as well. Just as the refugees that are trapped in the no man's land between Poland and Belarus. And hence it is considered a wasted lesson of the Holocaust. Okay? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So actually, interestingly enough, currently, Poland is no longer speaking of refugees when it says why it's arming itself. Right now, Poland is talking about, it's still Belarus, but right now Poland is talking about Belarus sort of doing provocational movements such as the whole Prigozhin, uh, Wagner being in Belarus and threatening to go into Poland, which is as empty a threat as it can go. And 2 or even 3 Belarusian helicopters flying into Polish airspace, which is considered basically a test and a provocation. Those are the things that are now used to sort of, one, to talk why Poland is arming itself, and 2, it's even used in a political way because the current far-right government is saying, Polish people, Belarus here is dangerous. It could attack us. And only we can defend you. Only we are engaging in arming ourselves. The government before, they tried to de-arm us. But we are the ones that are arming. We are the ones that are protecting you. Only we can do it. That is actually the what's happening. And that is why there was an army parade in Warsaw. I think it was today or something. There was a whole parade, which is also used as a political tool to make the current far-right government closer to victory. Not to derail too much, but what are things like at the Poland-Russia border? They're fairly okay. You mean with the Krulewiec, right? Kaliningrad. They're more or less okay. I think I've heard you mention the term proto-genocide in prior discussions. Yeah, it's a pretty important term to know. Yes, we've discussed a little. I would really want to dedicate more streams in the future to the Polish-Belarusian border crisis, because the Polish government gets off the hook a lot within the international community because of how Ukrainian refugees were, treated and, let in. But we must never stop criticizing and pushing against what the Polish government is doing on the Polish-Belarusian border. We just cannot. It's a very blatant and aggressive violation of human rights. And basically, it's sentencing people on the border to die. Okay. Let's continue with the Polish,
This is a military buildup that is going to take many years to be completed. And even when it is completed, even though it would technically have the largest military in Europe, so did Ukraine at the beginning of the Russian special military operation. Just as you said, it went very poorly for Ukraine. It will go very poorly for Poland. Now, one last thing I want to add is that
what? Well, I'm sorry. What is this? The new? What is? Do any of you know the new Atlas? What are these people? Okay, first of all, Poland is arming, getting new equipment. First of all, they're a pro-Russia channel. Okay, Bluestone, I get it. First of all, Poland is not increasing its army. Poland is buying new equipment. That's first of all. Second of all, there can be no proxy war using Poland. Because a proxy war using Poland would be an all-out war with the entirety of NATO. A war with Poland is a war with the entirety of NATO. Poland, unlike Ukraine, is in NATO. So that's a scenario that will just not happen. Because if it were to happen, it would have been happening already. Quite frankly.
The United States and Turkey.
And yeah, Ukraine's army was big, but it wasn't armed with the newest equipment, right? It had to get the newer equipment from its allies.
Turkey cooperated to create a buffer zone in Syria as their proxy war there was failing. To freeze the conflict in place seems very similar to what we see happening right now with Poland and Ukraine. This could be a way we see that the offensive is doing very poorly. There really is no plan after that. This could be one of the ideas they're exploring to freeze the conflict at the very least.
And elaborate on that.
Well, that makes no sense. You be punished for injuring yourself to avoid. I don't think there even is. There's no draft anymore in Poland. There is the professional army now. There's professional army now for those who volunteer to the army. There is no draft anymore, I don't think. I think draft has been like, you know? There's no draft anymore. There's the professional army. If that makes sense. At least that used to be the case for many years in Poland. So yeah, that scenario is nonsensical, because again, this YouTube channel is failing to, I don't know, remember that Poland is in NATO. So this quote-unquote freezing of the conflict makes no sense. This is so weird. So weird and nonsensical what these people are saying. Okay.
And what I understand you to be saying is, since Russia is so sensitive to troops in Ukraine, well, NATO then is saying we won't put the troops in Ukraine, we'll put the troops in Poland. And
Poland is part of NATO. Of course NATO is gonna put troops in NATO. Why wouldn't it? Well, that's pretty brutal.
I use troops very liberally. Forces, the force.
What? What do you mean you use troops liberally? Forces the what? What does that even mean? What does that mean? I use troops very liberally force is the force. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. I have no idea what the supposed difference is supposed to be. This is so bad. This video is so bad.
Yes. Well, I'm not so sure that they would hesitate to send troops over the border. They would send them someplace in Ukraine where Russian forces aren't, just like they did in Syria, and they would create essentially a buffer zone. And that would give what's left of Ukraine's military some sort of safe haven to operate in, or perhaps even if this is a union idea between Poland and what's left of Ukraine, maybe.
What do you mean, what's left of Ukraine? What is this science fiction scenario in which Ukraine is on its last legs, basically non-existent, and behold, there's a union with what's left of you? What? I'm sorry, this is the stupidest thing that I've heard all week, at least. I'm actually surprised that Dylan did not, I'm really surprised that Dylan did not cover this video. Has Dylan covered this? This is actually pretty wild. I would think this is right up Dylan's alley.
The border would, for all intents and purposes, be erased, and they would be able to take safe haven into what was exclusively Polish territory. So I think we have to keep a very, very close eye on this. I've always suspected.
What does that mean, to what was exclusive? So now they're saying Poland's trying to form a union instead with Ukraine. Next they're going to say that Dutch monarchy will try to Russia and instead William Alexander and Tsar. True.
Expected that there was this desire to create some
The Russian imperial family had some intermarriage with the Dutch.
sort of buffer zone inside Ukraine to save whatever is left of Ukraine, so that
the Western
Yes.
Ukraine, that's what the Western Ukraine discussion is. That's the buffer zone, not.
What? First of all, what do you mean what's left of Ukraine? Ukraine is pushing back. People try to create this false narrative of the counteroffensive failing. It's not failing. Slowly but surely, Ukraine is regaining land. At least from what I know.
Poland. Now I get your point. And from what
Your point is stupid. And it's nothing new. Russia has been spouting this propaganda from the day one of war. Since day one of war, Russia has been saying that any day now, Poland's gonna invade. Poland's gonna invade Western Ukraine and take it over because Poland wants Lviv back or whatever. Like this has been part of the propaganda since the beginning of the war, of the invasion. Is what, Fox? Sorry, what? Oh no, this is not Fox. This is the new Atlas. What is this new Atlas? I have to check this channel. 240k subscribers. Information. Formerly known as Land Destroyer, the new Atlas provides geopolitical analysis by Brian Berletic, Akatoni Kartalucci, will focus on Eurasia based in Bangkok, Thailand. If you can get any info on this, I'll be very, very thankful. Let me just say that. Let's continue. Oh, shall we look at this link? Let's look. Let us take a look at who we are dealing with. I mean, we already know who we're dealing with. Like, we can see it from the... New Atlas, bias and credibility. Pro-science. Hi, pro-science. Press freedom rank, mostly free. Interesting. Oh. What a shocker. Damn. These people right-wing affiliated? I don't believe it. It's too shocking. What shocks me is that they're supposedly believable. Right-wing. A think tank. Uh-oh. Well, that's shocking. That certainly shocks me to the core. I wouldn't be surprised if it was owned by a Russian oligarch like the Independent. It's possible.
And if I remember last week, we were discussing when this Western Ukraine issue came up, and Poland was the one bringing it up. If I remember,
What?
President Putin's response, his response was basically, well, if that's what y'all want to do in Western Ukraine, if you want to basically secede that to Poland, fine, just don't mess with Belarus, and everything will be okay.
What? This is Russian propaganda, okay? Jesus Christ.
Fine, Western Ukraine, his response was basically it up. If I remember, President Putin's response was we were discussing from what you understand, and if I remember last week, we were discussing when this Western Ukraine issue came up, and Poland was the one bringing it up. If I remember,
source? Can I have a source? Anything? What Western Ukraine issue was discussed? The Myanmar videos are even worse. Oh, you know this channel. Oh, you linked this! Did you link this on the Google card? Yeah, okay. That makes sense that you would know them. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this gift. It's like a gift. It's like a gift that keeps giving, this sort of BS link that just spreads Russian propaganda. Because as I've said, Russia has been saying that Poland will invade Western Ukraine any day now. A year ago. The moment they invaded Ukraine, they started saying that Poland will attack any moment now. Russia also said that Ukrainian refugees are more afraid of Polish people than they were afraid of the Nazis during World War II. That's also a thing Russia has said. Actually, Russia has also said that Poland wants to incorporate the entirety of Ukraine, and then Ukraine would just join the European Union. The theory, the conspiracy theories just chase conspiracy theories. It's pretty ridiculous. Let me just say that.
President Putin's response, his response was basically, well, if that's what y'all want to do in Western Ukraine, if you want to basically secede that.
This is so stupid. Like, I don't know who believes this. I have no clue what this is for, what the target audience for this sort of thing is.
To Poland, fine, just don't mess with Belarus and everything will be okay.
What does Belarus has to do with anything? That makes also no sense. What do you mean don't mess with Belarus? That makes... I mean, I know what they're alluding to. They're alluding to the fact that parts of Belarus were also part of pre-World War II Poland. That is what Russia is alluding to. Keep in mind, in 2014, Putin proposed a division of Ukraine between Poland and Russia. And Poland refused, and Putin said it was just a joke. A repairman. It makes no sense for Poland to invade on the face of it. If they invaded, they would have just helped Russia, whom they hate. True. Poland refused to partition Ukraine in 2014. Okay? Keep that in mind. Because Russia did propose it.
Yeah, there's a possibility that Russia will find that acceptable as long as they're able to meet all their other objectives.
Policja.
Elsewhere in Ukraine.
This is also very interesting because, and insulting, by the way, this rhetoric. Okay, I'm just gonna ask this real quick as I pour myself some Pepsi. Is there something that you're noticing about this whole video so far? Is there something about the rhetoric that you're noticing? I really want the gigglers to step up and tell me if the gigglers are noticing something interesting about the whole rhetoric. I'll give you a hint. It's something that every pro-Russia show does all of the time. Okay? It is something that all pro-Russian shills, they bullshit all of it. Oh yes, that's true, but I mean something more specific. Okay, so the rhetoric is this. Poland may want to annex Western Ukraine, and Putin might allow it as long as he gets all of his other goals, and Poland will get what's left of Ukraine. Are you noticing something that's missing from this picture? What is missing from this picture is the agency of Ukraine, the capability of Ukraine to defend itself. Ukraine is missing from this picture. Ukraine is treated as a sort of inconsequential nothing that cannot defend itself, basically already lost, doesn't exist anymore, and it's just something for grabs for other countries. It's just a matter of, you know, working out who takes what. And that's bullshit. And that's extremely insulting to Ukraine. Exactly, Moods Watcher 123. Ukraine is. Its agency is ignored, much how they ignore the agency of nations within NATO. Exactly. What is missing in this analysis is Ukraine, the most important player in all of this. In this whole bullshit thing.
So antiwar.com has a piece from Politico.
Antiwar.com.
Ukraine declares war on Russian shipping in the Black Sea. An advisor to Zelensky told Politico that everything the Russians are moving on the Black Sea are valid military targets.
Okay. So, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the topic of this video? Which is Poland supposedly wanting to take over Western Ukraine. They try to ignore the agency of Poland too in this video, but they can't because it flies against the narrative they're trying to push. Yeah, I know. I know. I do realize that, but the most ignored agency is that of Ukraine, as always. Which, I don't know, we should just point it out and do not accept this sort of BS, you know?
This is from Oleg Yustenko, an economic advisor to President Zelensky. That to me sounds like a pretty bad deal. What say you, Brian Perletic?
Yes, I think it does create a security dilemma for Russia in the Black Sea, but I don't think that it's as serious as I.
Damn. Security issues. You know what would really work wonders for security issues? Not starting wars. Not invading other countries would work wonders for your security. Like, is this the level where we're at? Once again, people are gonna with a straight face say that Russia can invade a country and then expect the invaded country to respect their security? Is this a joke? Is Ukraine supposed to respect Russia's security concerns now during a war? Is this a joke? It feels like a joke. It feels like some sort of like a...
I think Ukraine would wish it could be. They're reacting to their own ports, their own infrastructure along the coasts being destroyed by Russian strikes. This follows not only the unraveling of the grain deal, but also the strikes on the Crimean Bridge, strikes elsewhere in Crimea. And so what Ukraine is attempting to do is respond to this, but they're doing it in a way that will not have any impact at all strategically on Russia's war efforts. So
Is that so?
it's another example of Ukraine doing something.
So, at the same time, it will endanger Russia's security, but at the same time, it will have no impact at all? Am I hearing this correctly? It will raise serious concerns for Russia's security, but also it actually is meaningless and will have no strategic effect at all. Oh. So which is it? If it's meaningless, then how can it threaten Russia's security? If it's nothing and meaningless. That's weird. So is Russia threatened by this or not? Which is it? It cannot be both at once. Yeah, the enemy's both weak and strong, I guess.
Something more for optics than any actual tactical or strategic gain on the battlefield.
It's just optics. Okay, now I really need an explanation.
In fact, my next question to you was going to be: was this really more rhetorical than military, and is it also as rhetoric?
So how is it a danger to Russia's security in the Black Sea? You said it. You said it was a danger to Russia's interest on the Black Sea. But now you're saying it's more rhetoric than anything. How does that work? How can you say that?
In terms of
By Russia, as it intended.
trying to win the war of public opinion, was this really again more rhetorical than actual? But again, when you start selling those kind of wolf tickets, and the opposition is the Russian military, I still don't think that's a very smart thing to say.
No,
What?
no, it's not. And they are carrying out real attacks on Russian shipping and Russian military vessels. And all this is going
Well,
to
yeah. It's called being in a war. What is this rhetoric? Oh, Ukraine, which is at war with Russia, is actually attacking Russia. How unexpected. How wild. That's crazy. Ukraine, that said it would attack Russian ships, is actually attacking Russian ships. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen in the middle of a war that's been raging for over a year?
do is give Russia more incentive to further destroy whatever infrastructure Ukraine is using to launch these attacks.
There's another.
Oh yeah, because Russia has been the kid gloves have certainly been on with Russia. Russia has certainly not been destroying any targets, especially civilian ones. Oh yeah, for sure. Now Russia's really going to start attacking Ukraine's infrastructure. Because it totally has not been doing that before. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's actually literally a paid by Russia writer. He's listed as a contributor and has 7 pages of media written by him on this Russian media site. Oh my god. Can you show me the source, please? I want to dig into this guy further. This is so pathetic. Come on.
Story, Brian. U.S.-made cluster munitions fuel Ukrainian counteroffensive. Bombs are destroying Russian trenches and artillery systems in an area where Kiev's troops had struggled to advance. Your thoughts on this? And, of course, I don't have any direct insight into what's happening on the battlefield, but this just sounds a lot more like rah-rah and cheering from the sidelines, and I don't know how much these types of stories actually reflect reality.
Wow,
Absolutely.
this does not sound biased at all. This sounds so even-handed. Yeah, we have reports of Ukraine doing well. But it's all BS, isn't it? Against the glorious Russia.
That's exactly it. I mean, they're talking about an area on the battlefield where Kiev's troops struggle to advance. And as far as anyone knows, they're still struggling to advance there. The use of cluster munitions wasn't going to help in any shape, form, or way break a deadlock that existed before these munitions showed up. These are actually less effective when targeting defensive positions. The only thing these cluster munitions do for Ukraine is allow them to continue firing artillery a little bit longer. So the offensive has dragged on much longer than expected with no results at all. This allows Ukraine to put some more time up on the clock to try to make something happen here. And when you read the actual article, they give you a few anecdotal stories about positions that Ukraine has taken. But this has been going on throughout the entire conflict. Sometimes Ukraine takes a Russian position, sometimes Russia takes a Ukrainian position.
No. That's actually that's an interesting way to look at it.
The real determining factor is who is taking more positions from whom and who is losing more troops.
Oh, are you
And
saying
the answer is very clearly Ukraine. Ukraine is losing more troops, and that is the whole point.
Well, yeah, because they're on the offensive. Those on the offensive always lose more troops. This is so dishonest. Okay, then, who was losing more troops before? Russia was losing more troops before, okay? The side that is on the offensive will lose more troops. Of course, because it's easier to defend than to attack. That is obvious. So they're not saying anything here. They are literally not saying anything. This means nothing. You always have more losses on the side that is on the offensive in this sort of scenario. It's been said basically by all possible experts.
I'll just read a few pieces here. Newly delivered American-made cluster munitions have given fresh impetus to Ukraine's campaign to retake territory captured.
And Ukraine is retaking territory, make no mistake. Amazing. They list gems such as Orthodox priests arrested, worst victims of the Ukraine war. Oh yeah, the Orthodox priests that collaborated with Russia. Nice. Nice one. America's cultural decline is accepted as fact. Pfft. Okay. So we basically know what sort of publication this is. We get it. We get it.
By Russia after weeks of little progress.
Amazing.
While the cluster bombs alone won't tilt the battlefield balance of power decisively in Ukraine's favor, soldiers say they have helped them retake Russian positions that they had struggled to reach. One of the other elements of this, in my many conversations with Mark Sleboda, is that Russia has been engaged in kind of advanced strategic withdrawal.
Oh, damn. Everything's so advanced with Russia. Russia is so advanced. Advanced strategic withdrawal. It sounds so proud. Sounds so nice. They claim to be a fair to all sides factual reporting of the issues abroad. Oh yeah, for sure. You can clearly see it here.
That they're being very, very strategic in where they place their troops, how they place their troops, how long.
Come on. Russia's being so advanced in their strategy. They're being so strategic with everything, man. Their strategy is so strategic. They just place everything so carefully. They're gonna follow this up by saying that Ukraine is just mindlessly doing with zero strategy and just pushing, like, we're gonna see. Let's see where
long their troops remain in place. And so to say that these cluster munitions are resulting in...
I don't know. so far, Russia's strategic advanced strategy has not been as great as everybody assumed. Actually, it was a bit of a screw up so far. I don't know, it feels like a screw up so far. Hello, Lisa. Lisa is a blogger. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome.
Some type of helping Ukraine retake positions, it might just be the
Wasn't this video supposed to be about a Polish-Ukrainian union? Oh yeah, it does say the impact of cluster munitions in Ukraine. I googled the publication and this guy worked for, and this guy is a literal fed. But for the Russian government, oh boy. Well, that explains a lot. That explains a lot, actually.
fact that Russia decided to move troops back first for other strategic reasons.
That's
It's always so strategic with Russia. Unlike those mindless Ukrainian soldiers who have no strategy at all. Learn some strategy, Ukraine. Learn some strategy.
absolutely right. This is all about the nature of the fighting itself. This is all still happening in the security zone, or what some people are calling the gray zone, this space between the front
The
defensive
phantom
lines of
zone.
both Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine has not made it to the first Russian defensive lines, of which there are several. They are layered. So 2 months, now going into the third month, they still have not made any actual progress. And so this
Oh, interesting. I would just like to remind that Russia was supposed to win the conflict in a few days, a week max. So, oh, I don't know what to say. Seeing Putin has started officially saying that Russia has not enough gear to fight the war long term, and that Russia is trying to fill that gap. Seeing how all their ammunition and stockpiles keep blowing up. But I'm sure it's a part of Putin's 4D chess. It's a advanced strategic strategy. Has been the longest 2 hours ever. It's been long 3 days for Russia. Well.
this really is just another story about another wonder weapon that is supposedly helping the Ukrainians turn the tide, even though in the article they do eventually admit that it's not actually going.
Nobody ever said that the cluster munitions were supposed to turn the tide. Turn what tide? You're saying as if there was a tide to turn, that like Russians were just crushing Ukraine, and Ukraine desperately needs something to turn the tide. Do they know what turning the tide means? It means that a side is losing, decisively losing, and the situation gets reversed. That is turning the tide.
Going to turn the tide, but that is the whole tone of this article.
Turning what tide? There is no Russian tide.
What is clearly at least a stalled offensive, if not entirely a failed offensive.
And how much of this, if any of it, is really directed towards the American members of Congress? And
how is it failed?
There's starting to be more conversation, more questions about this ongoing funding for this fool's errand.
Fool's errand. There we have it. Wait, what did you say that they claim to be a fair to all sides factual reporting of the issues abroad. I see. A fool's errand.
Tommy Tuberville, someone who, an incredibly conservative Republican who I never thought would take a position like this, just came out yesterday and said, This is basically the junior
What do you mean? Is this a joke? Is this a parody channel? This has got to be a parody channel. I don't believe this. Oh, who would have thought that this ultra right-wing Republican politician would be against helping Ukraine? Who would have thought? It's not like the Republican Party overall is against Ukraine. Oh wait, it is. What do you mean?
varsity fighting a college team. And now there's also discussion about revisiting the issue of should there be an inspector general overseeing the spending that.
What do you mean you didn't expect this from a Republican politician? Or is this aimed at idiots? Their content, but their accents and speech matters more so, obviously.
That Joe Biden just keeps pouring down this rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, let's not, let's not waste an opportunity to criticize Biden for helping Ukraine.
So, how much of this do you think is for domestic consumption?
It's hard to tell. And also, what I've noticed recently in the Western media, side by side articles like this are articles that are just outright admitting that the offensive has so far failed. Ukraine is suffering catastrophic.
What do you mean, so far failed? There is no such thing as so far failed. It either fails or not. Oh my goodness, this is so dishonest.
Losses of both men and equipment, that they were not receiving the equipment they actually needed. They had no air power. All of these things we were told ahead of the offensive that you and I knew were going to be a failure. All of these things are now admittedly, okay, they may have been very bad ideas, but there was no way it was ever going to work. And that's why we see what we're seeing on the battlefield now. So I think it's a very confused information space at the moment in the West, because you're getting a little bit of everything. You still have some people pushing this narrative that the offensive is viable, and others who are admitting very clearly it isn't.
Who? Republicans? Republican politicians? Okay. So, if you... What a Transformers heavy window. If you've enjoyed this little segment of me reviewing a propaganda piece, if you enjoy what I do, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the bell, coming to the White Forest page, throwing me a subscription, throwing me a, donation, and doing all of that stuff that is necessary for us to be very, very happy and to do all the things that we need to do in order to succeed. Okay? How are we feeling? What's our energy level? I'm not done streaming. I just finished a segment. My goodness. I just finished the propaganda segment from the Russian thing. I want to do at least one more segment for today. A really important segment at that. But I'm thinking of watching something other first. An Amazing Atheist video. So, we're gonna take this here. For the Amazing Atheists, we're gonna play Warcraft. Gonna be playing own games. We're gonna be playing a game. I'm gonna show you the video. Is it shown? We're gonna finish this soon. Let's see. Oh gosh. Where's the clip? Here we go. Where's Warcraft? Okay, it showed. Thank goodness. Okay, so we're gonna boom. The Amazing Atheist video. My energy levels are holding. What?
Wonder what this guy's got to say.
Oh, they can never not do Pride Month. They already accepted in our society.
Right.
And as soon as they add the other color on there, which is going to be minor attractive person, you ask me, that's going to be the other little plus.
What?
You ask me. Next little notch on the flag gonna be
Oh
next
no.
notch after that.
Oh,
Sufi.
Barry!
Next notch after.
Thank you, Greater Rain, for a tier 1 subscription for Bluestone. I decided to pay it forward and give you a sub, as people have done for me. And hey, give Lucy money. Win-win. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Giggler. Thank you so much. My goodness, thank you. Sources.
After that, necrophiliacs.
True.
Next notch, I mean, everything gonna be permissible pretty soon, y'all. Pretty soon. And the only thing that's gonna be forbidden in our society is being a good, God-fearing Christian man.
True.
And that's the path we on right now, y'all. Hyperbole much, bro?
It's going to be behind the plus. They're not going to have it on there. It's going to be behind the plus where nobody can see it. They're going to add that color to the flag. They're going to begin the.
Wait, they're gonna put it behind the plus? I love how as he's saying this, I'm looking at a logo that says Daily Wire Plus. What's
no.
hidden behind that plus, I wonder?
Adhere to that, and the government is
Oh,
still going to
no.
have to celebrate that month-long holiday. We have gotten ourselves to a point of no return, and I hate to say this.
We've gotten to the point of no return. So what are you even talking? Why are you even talking then? If this is all like an inevitable thing, we're past the point of no return. There's no going back now. Why are we even having this debate? Just shut up.
But the return to logic and
To logic.
I'm gonna get killed over this.
No, you're probably not gonna get killed over this.
I'm gonna get killed over this? Oh my god. This is a good video. Isn't it?
You're probably just gonna get like laughed at a little bit, but whatever.
But the return to what we should be, it has to be a lot more strict than what we're willing to go.
Oh.
And I'm talking about strict to the point where a president says that homosexuality is a mental illness, like it was in the 70s, to the point where people who are homosexual cannot do these things in society.
What?
As a country,
What is these things? That was pretty vague. People homosexual cannot do
Facts
these
and
things
logic.
in society. What are these things though? What are vote? Hold a job? Be free? Like what? What exactly?
Let's
are we talking
return
about
to
here, bud?
logic.
Why don't you get a little bit more
Sure.
specific with us?
we're not willing to do that. If we were willing to do that,
But what do you mean can't do these things in society? Because
like meaning
I mean, is this guy unironically calling for the pink triangles for the Nazi paragraph 175 to go into effect? Is this what we're arguing right now? Nazi type solutions. Okay, that's lovely, I guess. That's amazing. See, amazing. The Amazing Atheist.
Meaning that marriage is between a man and a woman. So if
Marriage.
you're gay, you can be a civil union, but it's not going to be marriage.
Yeah, I wanted you to qualify it because then
Yeah.
someone would take that clip and be like, he is saying
Yeah. I'm glad that, you know what? Credit where credit's due. I'm glad Candace Owens asked a follow-up question that was actually worth.
Candace Owens. Oh my god. One of the US's greatest soldiers was intersex Puawski. It was Puawski, right? The person that created the US cavalry.
Something to me. Thank you, Candace.
that gay people cannot go to the grocery store.
No, that's completely stupid because nobody
mean
really know if you're gay.
that,
You
yeah.
got the gay on your forehead. Like, no, most people want to know you're gay, but it's like these institutions where
That's an interesting answer. We're not gonna ban the gays from the store because we don't know who the gays are. Well, that's interesting. What if you could tell who is and who isn't gay? Would you then ban gay people from the grocery store? That's a very interesting thing, like way to phrase that.
they want to be validated in is not a real thing. You're homosexual, you have a mental illness, it should be treated as such.
Do we prevent people with mental illness from getting married? Is that a thing?
No, we don't. I assume there's a lot of famous people who are LGBT or intersex. We just don't know we're such. Yeah. Or that we do know and we just erase them from history because that happens as well. Okay, that actually happened as well. He sounds like he's gonna propose to start putting yellow stars on. Well, it's pink triangles actually. It's actually pink triangles. You know, like how the Nazis did it. The pink triangles.
Thing I wasn't aware of. You have a mental illness, you're not allowed to get married. What? That's not how we treat people with mental illness.
Transgender, you're dealing with gender dysphoria. That's a mental illness. You need to be treated as such. Those
Gender dysphoria is not a mental illness. By the way.
They are. I mean, it's not a mental illness, but they're treated for it.
No, it's a mental condition, right? It's not a mental illness. It's a mental disorder. There you go. It's a mental disorder, which is not the same feel as a mental illness. Just so you know. Okay? All right. Let's continue.
Treated for it with gender transitioning.
That's true.
That's the treatment. You guys don't like the treatment. The treatment makes you uncomfortable.
things are not.
I mean, is the fact that conservatives are not comfortable with the treatment for gender dysphoria?
Gender dysphoria is a disorder. At least it's classified as a disorder. But disorder is not the same as mental illness. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. I think the amazing atheist is actually incorrect here.
A good enough reason not to treat people with gender dysphoria? I kind of don't think so.
Celebrated, they're treated. And it's going to be hard to kind of put that on society today. Just imagine if the Supreme Court overruled or overturned gay marriage.
Maybe they would burn.
I think that it's going to happen. Unfortunately, it's probably going to cause the Conservative Party the struggle, but it's going to happen. Affirmative action was one of them, and the next thing is going to be gay marriage, because it's not protected. It's not the same as marriage between a man and a woman of different races. Gay marriage is something different.
Yeah.
I wish I knew more about how things are classified. I feel like the decision to label things as they are is very political sometimes. I mean, yeah. Kid is doing gymnastics. That's true.
And we
It wasn't so different in the time when interracial marriage was banned, though, was it? Yeah, I mean, it's
Whoops.
actually exactly the same. There was marriage between two people that
Yeah.
happened to be of a different race, and that was banned in America.
True.
And then we unbanned it. We didn't, marriage is not some sort of like existent thing that humanity has meddled in. It's something we made up in the first place.
True.
We made up marriage. Marriage
True.
is an institution created by human beings, and therefore human beings can define it. There was once upon a time when marriage was only between people of the same race.
Yep.
We changed that. Then there was once upon a time where marriage was only between people of different sex.
He doesn't think they'll come for interracial marriage if they get their way. They will. And then they will go after divorce between man and woman as well. Just so you know.
Sexes. We changed that. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to change something that we made up in the first place.
True.
Okay? Okay. Just so
Okay.
we're all clear on this.
We are.
have to be so harsh if we want to get back to what's right. And I don't think we're willing to do that.
I think you probably are willing to do that, but I just don't think the political capital exists for you to pull it off at this point.
Thank God.
Now, the Supreme Court might just unilaterally do it, but like you said, I think that would have a pretty negative ripple effect among Americans who would start to probably view the right wing in this country as being overly
Fascistic.
radical, which I think a lot of them already do. Then again, I mean, there's a lot of radicals out there, a lot of people on the radical right willing to strip away rights and humanity from their political opponents just for some cheap political victories, all really ultimately in defense of the billionaire class, all part of this attempt to divide Americans based on social issues so that America remains perpetually blind to issues of class. And that's really what it all boils down to. None of these right-wingers, at least these in the pundit class, actually give a rat.
That's partially true. But it's a bit reductive to say that, to be honest. It's also about facilitating power, you know? By having scapegoats, groups that you can demonize. It's also about ethnical nationalism. There's a lot that goes into this.
Rat's ass about gay marriage or trans people or any of these things. The only thing they really care about, at least in the pundit class, is running cover for the billionaire class, running cover for the super wealthy elites that essentially control everything. How much gay porn do you think is on this guy's computer? Probably about the same amount that's on every one of these guys' computer. I mean, to be fair, this guy does not seem to me like an authentic homophobe. All homophobes are closeted homosexuals, all of them. But
So what, is this a
not
grifter in
all
your eyes?
Public pundit class homophobes are, because many of them are just grifters. That guy might not have a homophobic bone in his body. He might actually have gay friends and whatever. But he has to play the part of a homophobe on your computer screen because that's what advances the agenda. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he really is a virulent homophobe. Maybe he really is a true believer, but you just never know when it comes to these pundits. So, maybe he's not really a homophobe, which means he's not really a closeted homosexual. Maybe he's just pandering to them for money.
On the cultural front, a man like this should be ashamed to present himself in this way in public. We used to have standards and norms
Who's he talking about? Me?
that discouraged perverted men like this from presenting
Oh, he is talking about me.
themselves in these perverted ways, with the pink hair and the psycho affect, openly talking about chopping up little kids. Men should be terrified to do that sort of.
I wish I could see what he's
What?
talking about. Wait a minute. Man, I want the full context on this.
True.
I want to see this crazy
Same.
pink-haired kid shopper, man.
thing. And if they have any of these absolutely perverted and sadistic desires, they should keep them to themselves, and they should work on themselves and try to cast those demons out of their bodies.
It all starts with
Ignorance and fear carry equal weight. The balance depends on the person Moose Watcher.
the pink hair, you know?
Pink
Second
hair,
you see a
Pink
dude
Floyd.
with pink hair, you know, like, oh man, that guy's probably a serial killer. Because, you know, most people who are like crazed serial killers, they do everything they can to stand out in the crowd. That's what, because that's like the habit of the crazed serial killer, right? Like throughout history, they've
True.
been ostentatious, grandiose show-offs.
True.
It's not like they've been like priding themselves on blending in and seeming normal or anything.
Okay, short film.
Oh, wait, that is what they do, huh? Oops.
And that's the cultural level of this,
Whoops.
of course. But then there is the even deeper level that I haven't heard a lot of people acknowledge.
Okay.
Which
Deeper
is,
level.
Let's do it.
this is yet another reminder that science is mostly fake.
Man, what is this a what?
What? I did not see that coming. What is this bullshit? Okay. I guess we're entering the anti-intellectualism arc.
Why is this a theme for tonight? I love how on the issue of trans people,
Science is
Republicans went from just look at a science book. You know, you guys can't change science. Now, as people have become more educated on the science of it, they have now pivoted to
Science is
science,
fake.
fake anyway, you guys. Yeah, I mean, maybe science says there's trans people,
Oh,
but you know what?
guy.
Science is all a bunch of hooey. Science is nothing more than an old wives' tale, bruh. You want to believe in science? I believe a magic carpenter was nailed to some sticks. That makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
True.
Okay.
Of course.
Not that scientism or the politicization
I guess the new buzzword on the right. While I mean, I took a
Uncle
little break
Fester.
from watching this kind of
True.
and I guess that in the meantime, the new buzzword on the right has become scientism. That's right, guys. Science is a religion. Don't you guys actually like support religion? Aren't you guys all religious and think religion should have all these like exemptions and liberties and stuff? I love how all of a sudden when they decide that science is a religion, all of a sudden they agree with all of my criticisms of religion. Oh man, you're not allowed to question. Oh man, it's just a bunch of faith hooey. All of a sudden faith is bad. All of a sudden not questioning is bad. The moment that they decide based on nothing that science is just another religion. But meanwhile, their religions that actually have those features somehow remain good. It's like, so you're going to criticize science, which is not a religion, for being a religion, but you're not going to criticize religion, which is, in fact, religion. Weird.
of science or whatever other squishy language, the more
You motherfuckers talking about anyone else using squishy language is a laugh goddamn riot, bro. Who
True.
uses squishier language than you guys? Your language is squishy as hell. I haven't heard the word scientism in years and years, and now I've heard it
True.
like a couple of times just tonight watching right-wing clips. You guys literally latch onto these words that you don't really understand.
Yes, I want to hear a
Go
little
around
boomer
and just
joke.
spew them everywhere until it catches on with the base, and then the base that you guys appeal to labels everything scientism for a couple of months until the term fizzles out, and then you move on to your next linguistic abomination.
centrist kind
True.
of people want
Actually
to
true.
grant. But the whole endeavor of the scientific revolution, the premise of which is that reality is fundamentally physical, that is flawed. It's not true.
Prove it. Prove it's not true. I mean, prove there's anything else. Demonstrate one iota of evidence for something beyond physical reality. Now, by the way, am I saying that it's impossible that there could be something beyond physical reality? Am I saying it's impossible that there could be some kind of ethereal or other realm? No, I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is that in the absence of any evidence to credibly think there is, it's nothing more than idle conjecture. We have no compelling reason to believe that such things exist in any way, shape, or form, because we've got no
fair.
evidence to support the fact that they do.
The modern scientific culture has given us certain nice things, but it's given us a lot of bad things as well, like transgenderism and transhumanism.
I love it. I love how I mean, you could definitely.
Trans people existed before the scientific method. Just saying. Trans people existed for a long time. Science did not give us quote unquote trans people. I'm really hoping that the amazing atheist is going to point that out as
Definitely
well.
find clips of this guy talking about transgenderism and being like, this transgender stuff is anti-science. It's anti-science. But now that he realizes that his base has caught on to the fact that it's not anti-science, he's pivoted to, well, science itself is a lie. Because there's like an ethereal world beyond this world.
Pretty typical.
But not only is he claiming, like, think about this. He's not only claiming that there is a world beyond this one. He's claiming that that world has dominion over this one and that he understands what its nature is and what it wants of us. Because there
Trans
could very
people have
well
existed
be
as
an
long
ethereal
as
realm
there's been people.
that has
True.
no bearing on this one. There could very well be an ethereal realm that is somehow inferior to this one. There could very well be an ethereal realm that has dominion over this one, but has no problem with transgender people. Or has no opinion whatsoever, is totally neutral on the subject. So not only is he positing the existence of this ethereal realm and he's also positing it has dominion over us, and that it agrees with his politics.
True.
How convenient. Who couldn't make that argument? Literally anyone could make that argument. Albert Fish could make that argument. He, in fact, did make that argument. Albert Fish, the cannibalistic, child-eating serial killer, believed that God approved of his activities. Believed that what he was doing was actually this great spiritual thing. So anybody can make
Not
this argument.
shocking.
Because it doesn't require any evidence. Anyone can say, I've communed with God and he's told me, what he wants of us. And then just happen to spew out their exact existent opinion. It turns out God feels the same way about every subject than I do. So effectively, what this guy is really saying at the end of the day is that he is God. Michael Knowles is basically telling us that he's God because all of his opinions are backed up by God. Well, isn't that convenient?
And
It is a
skyrocketing
bit,
rates of depression
yeah.
and anxiety and suicidality, and a loss of the sense of meaning in this world, and a neglect of the fundamental spiritual and metaphysical realities of this world. It's given us all those things. And it's also given us a ton of bogus
Hello.
scientific theory.
Such as...
Oh my god,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know, I guess
read
he
the joke
probably
later.
elucidated on that afterwards. I don't know how science gave us a lack of meaning. Like, meaning
What?
just flat out doesn't exist. You can create false meaning with religion if you want, but that's all it is false. If there is some form of meaning in this universe, we have no way of proving its existence. So as far as meaning goes, you can have your own subjective idea of it, and that's fine. Proceed from there if you want. If you want to say that the meaning of your life is to be a pathetic right-wing grifter that brainwashes people into believing falsehoods in order to, keep people engaged.
I can't believe I have to say this again to TJ Kirk. If there is subjective meaning, then that means there is meaning. You cannot say there is no such thing as meaning if all of us can choose ourselves our subjective meanings. that means that there is such a thing as meaning. It's just not objective. But meaning definitely exists. Of course. Just because it's not objective, it does not mean that it does not exist. Does that make sense? I think it does. I think it does make perfect sense. Like, I can even give a simple example. Just because objective truth doesn't exist, it doesn't mean that truth doesn't exist. Here you go, some food for thought. Unless you say that truth does not exist. Like, subjective does not mean doesn't exist.
A culture war so that they ignore the class war. If you feel like that's your meaning in life, you go ahead and do that. In fact, it seems like you're way ahead of me on that one, buddy. But I don't know. I don't think there is any really inherent meaning of life. I think the meaning of my life is to be a corrosive acid that destroys every single thing I touch. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm not corrosive enough because all of the things I've tried to destroy still remain. And yet, like the little engine that could, I'm going to keep on trying to tear this down until the day I die. And then hopefully others like me will rise up and take my...
Not really. All truth is subjective. There is no such thing as objective truth. All truth is subjective, as everything is subjective. Science also is subjective because it depends on our axioms. It depends on our... Like, science is tied to our interpretation, so... Yeah, but what do you mean by understanding? The notion of understanding itself is already subjective.
My place in the great cycle of tearing down.
Yeah, but there are ways that sort of are outside of our possibility of understanding how those things operate. Things operate differently on the micro and macro scale, and yet we treat both of these things as correct, even though some of these things contradict one another. I mean, truth itself is an artificial construct like meaning, but if it's a correct case study to prove who done it and it's proven that the DNA matches the suspect and the evidence that is in the accusation proven true, I guess. Yeah, but those are axioms. Like most basic features of reality, you just accept. Those are what we call axioms. You just have to agree to them. And keep in mind that the idea of understanding only exists for us. Like, the idea of understanding doesn't really, like, exist outside of humanity. Yeah, but as I said, things function differently on the macro and micro scale. And some of those things contradict one another, and yet we accept both micro and macro models. Well, it's true in relative terms, right? Because we don't know all there is to know about DNA. Yes, we can show the connection, but we don't know all about that. Other things can comprehend their own life. Other beings cannot contemplate understanding of life, I think. At least not in the way humans can. I mean, I don't think you have scientists among the other species, right? That contemplate the meaning of life. I mean, you could very well say that that things don't really operate, things just are. Especially since there's one theory of time that says that the past, present, and future all happens all at once, which would mean that things don't operate, they just are. Like, for example, certain things that we observe in our everyday life work totally different on the super micro scale, like on the scale of like when quantum theory enters the picture, right? Does that make sense? That involves some physics. Well, I know that there are certain schools of physics that basically contradict one another, and yet we sort of accept them both as factual because they just work. Yeah. Like certain schools of physics just work for our needs and we accept them as such, even though they sort of contradict each other. Yeah, but intelligence is not the same thing as thinking about certain things in a certain way, if that makes sense. Like intelligence it's not a stat in a video game. Like the more you have of the intelligence, the more things you can do. You know? And I'm speaking of sort of this because they work. It's contradictory. Why do you accept both schools settle? Because they work. Because they both work. They both produce results for us. And that we can use. Yeah, I'm not sure if I take the best that bet, to be honest. I think I said internet has evolved in different ways. Just not aware of fully. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. Okay. Let us play some Warcraft together. Boom. Full screen. Full screen ahead. Oh my god, where's the clip studio? There you go. Oh my god, what a brutal map. What a brutal map. I think I screwed up.
You discovered the corpse of a footman with a human dagger in his side. The spies of the Bleeding Hollow clan have confirmed that this blade was crafted by the weaponsmiths of Alterac. These humans are the same that were willing to betray their own brothers, and it may be that they have stolen the Book of the Deed for their own purposes. They will regret their decision. To journey to Alterac, you must first establish naval superiority over the war.
Let's continue. But keep in mind, exceptionalism and ultimate evolution are also human concepts. Evolution is not a leveling system in a video games that some species are more evolved than others. Like a notion that there is species that are more and less evolved is a human concept, okay? Species evolve to adapt to their environment. There is no goal in mind. There is no leveling system to traverse. You know? If there's a thing like a pressure from the environment that makes a species change, it will change to adapt to the environment. But it's not like going from level 1 to level 2 and, you know. And humans having trait X does not make humans exceptional compared to other organisms. It just means that it has trait X, if that makes sense. You know? That's true. So, you know. Well, it's sort of like I guess some of it would see it as supremacy, and some of it would be seeing as looking for their own, quote unquote. That makes sense. And we do ultimately live in a world where you consume living creatures to live. After all, plants are alive as well. We all consume other living matter in order to live ourselves.
Ready to work. Sun's up.
After all, keep in mind, valuing humans other animals is also sort of a human concept, isn't it? Lions eat other animals. So even thinking that we are good enough to stop the cycle treats humans as a special species that is going to end it. You know? So it gets a bit... Because I understand that I think humanity has not even scratched the surface of understanding how the brain works.
Ready to work.
At least that's from what I know. Yeah, but we choose to rate value on cognitive complexity. That's a choice. You know? That's a choice to rate everything on cognitive complexity. That's not really an objective... it's not an objective sort of... You know? Because you're going into some really dicey territory if you're gonna say that you're valuing worth on cognitive complexity. You know? Because what if we deal with humans that are cognitively impaired? Are they automatically worth less than other humans? So as you can see, we're getting into some dicey theory. So some dicey territory when we start assigning worth to cognitive complexity. You know?
Ready to work. Ready to work.
A lot of times people will cognitive deficits make up for in various ways. That's true. That is true. That is why we must challenge our assumptions, right? And part of the challenging of the assumptions is to do away with the notions of objective truth. You know? So, I don't believe any human is lesser. I don't believe that. Especially since lesser is just a construct as well. There is no such thing as Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you for the $25. I am here. Thank you. Thank you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the $25. Like, there is no such thing as a objective lesser. So I guess you would have to say, since you think that subjective means it doesn't exist, you would have to say that lesser doesn't exist. So you'd have to reconcile that with your view. They are equal. Like it or not, they are equal. You're both human. They're both equally human. That's irrelevant. See what you're doing here? You're applying a subjective standard and saying that someone is not aware cognitively on the same level. And what that even means is very subjective on its own. You know? You tell me, in what way is a professor worth more than a drooling person? Yeah, but before you said that if something's subjective, then it doesn't exist. No? You said that about meaning. That since there's no objective meaning, meaning doesn't exist. You said you disagreed with me on that.
Work complete. Neutral here. Chikami, Universe, Sunsun. Work complete.
What makes smart better than not smart? There's no objective measure by which smart is better than not smart.
We're being attacked.
Oh my god.
Work complete.
This is a difficult map.
After taking the castle of New Stormwind, you search in vain for the Book of the Deed.
Oh my god. So annoying.
Zugzug, Loktar. Ready to work. Loktar, Loktar.
It doesn't matter what I would rather. Because what I would rather is not objective truth. It's just what I rather, what I prefer. It's a preference. But it doesn't make something better.
Ready to work. Loktar, Loktar. Loktar. Ready to work. Zugzug.
Like, you do realize that you can call some people better all you want, but at the end of the day, everything will end. So it's all meaningless in the end. The professor being better than a drooling person at the end of the day is pretty meaningless. Both the professor and the drooling person will just die at some point, and it'll all end for both.
Ready to work. Zugzug.
I admire people with gigantic vocabulary. I mean, vocabulary can be something that we can just work on
Ready to work.
every day
Loktar, Loktar.
if we so choose. Receive higher amount of intelligence, something of similar sort, arguing otherwise making same mistake as Thomas Carlyle in his work. Chartism. I have known a lot of high IQ people who had absolutely no emotional intelligence. True. I mean, that is true. Yeah. It's all subjective. All we can do is do our best in the moment. Which is why ultimately I reject the notion of some people being better than others. You know?
Ready to work. Lord Hook. Doctor.
So yes. It's 3 a.m. Isn't that interesting? Also, did you know that the City of Bones segment is ready? It will premiere in a few days. You should all watch it. That feels like when an interviewer asks a question and the person just says no comment. It's not a no comment.
Work complete. Sun's up. Sun's up. Doctor. Sun's up.
After I didn't say no comment, I said that I reject the notion of some people having more value than others. On the case of having some trait, like intelligence, or being a better scientist.
Work complete. Swivel. Swivel.
Trolls. Well, they're the orcish horde, but there we go.
Sun's up. Sun's up. Doctor, your command, master. What you want me to?
Why do I subjectively think everyone is equal?
Work complete.
Because to me, trying to say that some people are better than others,
Lord Hook.
and that might sound a bit mean, to me that sort of thing feels like thinly veiled elitism. To me it just feels like post hoc justified elitism, to be honest. Some people are just better because of this or that. And then you can take it a step further. because they're better, they deserve more, or because those people are less, they deserve less. Yeah, but having a depression does not make someone worse than others. It just means that you have depression. What a pain in the ass level. I swear. Doing something better than somebody else doesn't make someone better than somebody else. So actually it's not reality at all. Oh god, this level is my nightmare. But I will beat it.
Taking the castle of New Stormwind, you search in vain for the
I will beat it. This level has cognitively outpaced me. This level is worth more than me. I mean, it sort of leads to it. If someone is worth more, then they deserve more.
Ready to work.
My goodness.
Ready to work. Sons of Lokar. Ready to work. Lokar.
True. Shall explore. For more exploration, consider donating. There you go. You need more donos if you like what I do, etc., etc. always do, Zoshowitz. I think you have, at least. I believe you have provided some interesting perspective. I suspect I sound like a monster now. I'm not gonna say you sound like a monster, but I'm gonna say that I disagree with your point of view. Edgy. Damn. Edgy topics for Lucy's wholesome streams. Giggler. Giggler. Also, let it be known that fake Alec Kyle Parker is not a coward, okay? That is, I don't know what to... I forgot the word. It's hearsay. Fake Alec Kyle Parker is a brave individual. True. I do nothing, even though I know everything, and so I deserve a donation. Here we go. I think I'm safe for now. Oh my gosh. What a weird strategy I've chosen right now.
Ready to work. Huh? Zug zug. Neutral here.
I like having that pseudo debate. It's nice to be able to get my beliefs across even if they are not times faulty. It's a noble pursuit debate. The bearing of understanding one I must thank you for. Thank you. Well, it was also like an exploration discussion, if that makes sense, you know? It was not a debate in a sense of it having many hot takes and takes, etc. Oh please, I was too scared to put in my 2 cents on this convo. Oh my goodness. That's not true. I believe in you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You could say that I think people are equal because it's my axiom, you know? It's just my axiomatic belief. After all, we are not just a band of individuals of different worth. We are also communities, you know? That live together and support one another. if that makes sense. I remember asking Lucy about this a while back. It may actually 1K subs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm close to 1K, okay? So you should recommend this to... One, you should recommend this channel to everyone, and two, if you wanna donate, then you can join the White Forest page and you can donate to me from the White Forest page. You know? That is a thing that you can do. We supported one another since prehistoric as chew food to the toothless, nurture the elders, young, crippled, etc. Yeah. And I just think that there's a value that I just think there's a value that is worth more than being a better professor or a better hunter or a better anything. It's the value of us being alive together and sharing emotions together and making our lives better for one another, you know? I think this is worth more than achievement, if that makes sense. I recommended this to some of my pals in Xanderhut stream. I believe beef turkey hung sub to your channel. I'll spread the good word. Thank you, Moose Watcher 123. Thank you. I still have to debate Xanderhall, or I don't know, or have a talk at least. That would be nice. We only talked once, and that was when I just played with him on WoW. And he got angry with me because I was a big noob in World of Warcraft. There we go. What the? Things in life can get complicated. That's true. Wait. Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. That's very interesting.
Ready to work. Stop, look, look, We're being attacked.
I suppose that's true. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for the donation of $5, Lisa Vlogger. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're helping me to not be the H slur. The H slur being, of course, the dreaded hobbyist. Okay, the dreaded hobbyist. So thank you for saving me from the fate of being a hobbyist.
Destroying our city.
Oh no, hobbyist, true. You're saving me from the fate of being Will and his channel. For which I thank you. We're close to beating this level. We're actually not close to beating this level. But we're close to being in a good situation in this level. Are we ready to watch something new? Poor Will. I mean, sadly, I hate to be that person, but Will basically brought it on to himself. Oh wait, it wasn't Will on his channel. The hobbyist person was Smath. But they're all in the Mr. Girl circle. Basically. The bad circle. You know? Oh, for sure, he's a little obnoxious. That's true. Mr. So how is everybody? We've been streaming for a bit and I still have a nice video to watch together with you. A very important video actually. I'm gonna do some history. The most important history. It is tied to the City of Bones. I'm good today. There's been drama this weekend. What's the drama? Well, how are you? Well, I'm looking forward to a lot of people watching the City of Bones. And actually, interestingly enough, we're about to discuss a topic that is very deeply connected to the City of Bones. Y'all know what the City of Bones is, right? The segment that I'm pretty proud of. About the ghetto. Vex the Cat has donated $10. Thank you. I've been enjoying the discussion. Thank you very much. Maybe I should do more of these discussions with the chat.
You got me? Yes, master. Yes, master. Okay. Yes. All right. Master. Yes, master.
Uh-oh.
Master. Yes, master. Yes, master.
There we go. Okay, we've done pretty well for ourselves here. Boom, more farms, huh? We shall build more farms. The drama is related to the school district because my mom and I both work in education. Her profession specifically has been really sore both because of the teacher shortage and their disregard for special education. The school district broadly is basically collapsing. People are quitting en masse. They face garbage. Rules are authoritarian. Kids don't care. Is it okay to ask where your district is, or? Like, I know there's a similar problem with doctors and nurses in Poland, basically. There's sort of a similar problem with doctors and nurses. Jesus, I thought I was doing well. Oh boy. Yeah, we have a shortage of doctors in Poland. Lucy, how heroic is the line, "I will cleave your head from your shoulders"? I think it's only a bit less heroic than the famous line, "I will rip out your optics." Huh, I didn't know Warcraft was an RTS game. Now I'm invested. It was first and foremost an RTS game, and if you want, you can look at my past streams and you can see me beat Warcraft 1 both from the perspective of humans and orcs. This is the second Warcraft game. Yeah, I probably shouldn't use it. It does not beat "I will rip out your optics," okay? That one's the biggest classic. Kids who need special education are getting screwed over because administration wants to treat special ed teachers with high degrees like janitors. That's a big problem with educators overall, with primary school educators and high school educators. They're treated badly, overworked, and not paid very well. Basically, the most important jobs are treated like crap. What about "give me your face"? "Give me your face" can be pretty cute, you know? "Give me your face, let me kiss you." For some bizarre reason, when I hear "give me your face," I think of someone that wants to kiss someone else. Is that weird? I guess I've got my quirks. I'd rather deprive kids of help to act as substitute teachers because, again, like half of the rooms have no teachers. Yeah. No, not at all. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean with that issue. We're gonna trust Socialix and we're gonna oh gosh.
Help me. Hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong?
I know this game.
Scared.
Me? Well... Wait, I won't do anything.
Really?
You have my word.
You're still mad.
Me? Well... Wait, I
This is such an epic game. Thank you for this clip.
won't do anything.
Really?
Of course.
But you're really scary.
Me? Well... Wait, I won't do anything.
Really?
Trust me, I'm telling you the truth.
You're still mad.
Me? Well...
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I still really like the intro to the first Shenmue game. We're gonna play it on stream. We're gonna play Shenmue on stream. Mark my words. Her team is treated with contempt, like they gave them a dinky little kid desk for their conference room. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a pretty huge problem, what you're describing. I wouldn't call it drama, I would call it a huge problem, to be quite honest. I would describe it as a huge problem rather than drama. Let me see. Okay, I need something interesting. Okay, interesting. Wow. What? Anna Kasparian versus Vosh. Okay, I want to watch this. Let's watch this. Got more React
I've been
content.
relying on cutting up clips from my last Abandoned Hope stream for patrons to keep content going up on this channel, and that's not really fair to patrons since it isn't really new to them. So I figure I'd better make something original for this channel. Lately, I've been hard at work on a sequel to my NSFW comic, Going Ham, that I published back in May or so of this year. The sequel is longer and even more perverted because I'm dissatisfied with the results from the first one. Now, don't get me wrong, sales were okay.
For a second,
But
I
was hoping
thought
for some
that
kind of goddamn
DJ drew a
backlash. I wanted
comic.
some lectures from prudes about how fucking sick I am, and I didn't get any. So this time around, I'm going harder. I'm going meaner. That won't be out for a few months, though. So while that's being drawn, I really need to finish up my novel, Sexbot Uprising. I've been working on for the last, I don't even know,
Damn.
3 years now, something like that. Granted, when I say working on, what I really mean is that I write 20,000 words in a fever burst and then don't look at it for months at a time.
Oh my
I think I'll
god.
probably finish the first draft with a few more consecutive bursts.
I guess drama is that her job is on the line. I still think it's a bit more than drama. Family life is tense, money is tense. The superintendent of the whole district got personally involved. Yeah, I think this is a bit more serious than drama. Oh dear, degenerate.
But then the revision process begins, and that's always been more fun for me anyway. One more personal thing before we move on to the actual topic of this video.
I'm not gonna watch anything Shenmue 3, okay? I wanna play it on stream. I'm not gonna spoil anything from Shenmue 3. TJ has inspired me to keep making wholesome content so that I never hate myself.
I am back on Adderall. I'm adjusting to it. It's
True.
wreaked a bit of havoc with my sleep schedule, but I have been more productive when I put my nose to the grindstone and focus on a project. Hence why I was able to write 98 pages of smut in the form of the upcoming sequel to this thing. The original, by the way, is for sale for $5. It's you can find a link to my pinned tweet on my Twitter. Sorry, I mean pinned post on my X, pinned X on my X.
True.
Whatever the hell nonsense Twitter is called this week. I don't know. But you can go there. You can find the link. You can buy the smut.
X.
It's good. I can't link it directly on YouTube.
X-Men.
But you can be linked on my Twitter. So there you go.
Twitter.
So what I'd like to talk about today, I'd like to talk about all this recent.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing. We shall play it on stream. No. To be clear, I'm never gonna make non-safe for work stories. I respect myself too much. Also, I just don't want to. I'm waiting for your challenge.
Drama between Anna Kasparian of TYT and Vosh.
Oh yeah,
of,
Vaush.
My personal feelings about these two is I hate Anna. I think she's an uptight nitwit who puts her ego above any and all other considerations. And you know, when a guy named the Amazing Ape
not
is telling you that
inaccurate.
your ego is too big, you might want to, I don't know, come back to earth.
True.
Vosh, I like. That being said, I'm not really feeling Vosh's vote blue no matter who because all Republicans are fascists rhetoric this time around. I did the harm reduction vote for Biden in 2020, and I've yet to feel like Biden has done much to make me feel like that vote was justified. So this time around, I just don't care enough to, you know, plug my nose and vote for him. I'm probably going to vote for a third-party candidate, but I won't.
Yeah, but it's not about Biden working for his vote. It's about fascists not being in power. I think it's pretty crucial. And as a person that lives in a country that is already ruled by the far right, yeah, vote blue no matter who. I'm just gonna say that, okay?
I won't bother encouraging others to do likewise because I honestly
Don't
really care
vote
enough.
third
I think we
party.
spend far too much energy
Just don't.
on national politics when the country is probably far more shaped by who's on your local city council or school board or whatever.
I would
love
agree
see the
to
left
go local
hyper-focus
as
on
well.
these local elections with even a fraction of the fervor they put into arguing about lesser of two evils votes on the national stage. I just feel like continuing to vote for a Democratic Party that wins elections solely on the strength of being
No, I disagree. I'm sorry, I disagree. You have to do both. If a maniac wins on the wider stage, then the maniac will screw over the local stage as well. It'll happen. I live in the country where the far right is in power. They screw over local governing bodies as well. Okay? They screw them over absolutely. You know?
less openly evil than their opposition only cements that they don't really need to do anything for us. I would happily vote for a politician with a D next to their name if they would fight for things like, I don't know, minimum wage increase, universal health care, something like that. And when I say fight for, I don't mean like, oh, I said I would on the campaign trail and then I put it to a vote and then I just went, oh, well, didn't work. I'm talking about tireless, nonstop effort. All right. So on the issue of party politics, I think I'm probably more on Anna's side than Vosh's at this point. I'm not really sure because I can't stand to watch her long enough to know what her side is. But regardless, I like Vosh better. I think he's smarter, more interesting, more attractive, just an all-around more pleasant person to listen to. But I really hate how hardline his vote Biden stance is. I get wanting to stop the Republicans, but it seems kind of short-sighted to me to think that stopping them at all costs is the best strategy to pursue. Because in the long term, I feel like showing Democrats that the left will vote for them just to stop Republicans makes our vote a sure thing, and thus removes any incentive for them to pursue any aspect of a leftist agenda. But that's all just context.
That's why you have to pursue leftist agenda through other means. That's the reality of it. I'm sorry. If the far right wins, there will be no left-wing agenda to pursue. But if Biden-esque types win, you can pursue the left-wing agenda through other means. That is the reality of it. I'm pretty sure that's what Vosh said as well. You know? Does that make sense?
Let's look at some of the acrimonious drama stuff that has transpired between these two. I don't like organizing stuff into any sort of order, so let's just randomly look at some shots fired and talk about them. Let's start with this clip of Anna and Jank calling Vosh trash on their show a few days ago. It's a cute little clip. I'm just going to play the whole thing in its entirety, then I'll react to it.
Listen, I think Vosh is trash, okay? And if you actually genuinely do watch Vosh on a regular basis, you also know he's trash. And yes, Vosh, I think you're garbage. I think you're trash. Found a lot of interesting things about what you had to say about the transgender community. Tried to scrub the internet of those videos. I found them. Really curious why you thought it was okay to say the kinds of things about them that you did, including the fact that you think that they have mental illness, they're struggling with mental illness, that's what this is about, they're the most toxic people on the internet. I've got the receipts. I'm ready to show them. But calling me a bitch turf, because I just don't think that it's, you know, politically advantageous to refer to women as birthing people or people with a uterus, that's terrible. I can't do that. But you can say some of the most disgusting things about the transgender community and then pretend like you have the moral high ground? You're garbage, Vosh. I don't respect you, which is why I don't want to talk to you.
Anna Kasparian. Pretty desperate to dig out videos from like 4 years ago or more. Yeah, I don't like TJ's stance here since the Republican Party is trying to overthrow democracy. Yeah, basically. No democracy, no left-wing agenda. I'm sorry. It's kind of funny. I watched precisely these same TJ videos in order before I joined here. Well, you know, great minds think
Look,
alike.
guys, the thing I can't stand is when people say crazy, horrible things about us, and they go, why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me?
Attention, you want it so bad. Congratulations, Vosh. You got the attention you so desperately want. You're trash. That's what I think of you.
It's like, well, I'm just calling you guys the R word and stuff. But why are you attacking me? Okay, so guys, it's not just about Vosh. To all the criers out there who say horrible, horrible things about us, and then when we tweak you back, I don't need your stupid tears. Go away, okay? So fine, you like, I mean, what am I gonna, like, look, I'm willing to talk to almost anybody. So you want to debate, what are we gonna debate? What are we gonna debate? I don't even, your positions are not consistent. So am I debating the Vosh that hates trans people or the Vosh pretending to love trans people? I don't know who I'm debating.
What's hot right now online?
Okay, where's the money? Where's the money?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait. If it's hate, it's genuine. If it's love, it's fake. That's an interesting turn of phrase. Was you're not worried about my commitment and promise to destroy the world economy? No, it's okay. Maybe it's for the better. Vosh, your basic drops mic.
Have I got you to talk about me? Have I got into your algorithm loop? Yahoo! Guys, there's a literal cottage industry of people being paid, but through the views, etc., to attack us and then pretend that they're not.
Like they're trash, exactly.
You're trash! You're trash! She sounds like such a Karen to me in this clip. Jank, I think, is trying to be more moderate here. You can really tell he kind of wants zero part of this. This is an all-out Anna crusade because she can't stand her little ego being attacked. This was pointed to on Twitter. Sorry, not Twitter. X. When someone pointed out to Anna that while she claims Vosh is too trash to talk to, she's had, face-to-face sit-downs with Ben Shapiro, who is not just trash, but is in fact heinous, subhuman, garbage, scum, excrement, filth that doesn't deserve to live on this earth. And her response to that is like, unlike Vosh, Shapiro never called me retarded or a bitch over disagreements. That's how big boys who don't snort addies during unhinged streams act. I don't know anyone a conversation or debate, but I especially have no interest in antisocial creeps like Vosh. Simple. So this is something I've pointed out about Anna before. Go watch my previous videos about her. You'll hear me say it. It's all about her. Doesn't matter one whit to her that Ben Shapiro is an odious right-wing grifter who peddles the talking points of the fracking industry and pushes for a theocratic fascist state because he's civil. He's nice to me, though, because he never called me a retarded bitch, which, for the record, she is. She even admits as much. Well, she doesn't admit to being a retarded bitch, but she admits that she's just all about herself because when someone replied to her tweet with lol, all someone has to do is stroke your ego and you'll work with them. That's what you're saying. She doesn't even try to backpedal. She just says, that's fucking right. Okay, Anna. I mean, admirable that you speak the truth. Sincerely. I really sincerely mean that. I'm glad that you're not full of shit on this. I'm glad that you fucking put your real self forward authentically.
Right.
But here's my question for you. A question I fully
Also, she proves him right. Yes. Basically.
expect you to never answer, but I'm going to advance it nonetheless. If you admit that your politics are essentially devoid of concern for anyone but yourself, why should anyone else be interested in them? Because to my way of thinking, if someone's political positions begin and end within the confines of their own massive, overgrown ego, then who gives a rat's ass what that person has to say? And you got to love Adam from Your Movie Sucks chiming in here, by the way, that this is the weirdest hill he's ever seen anyone die on. Vosh's response to her tweet is also kind of funny. He says, Anna is now insinuating I'm a drug addict because she's so terrified of me that in her mind I am beginning to take the form of the thing she fears most, a homeless person. For those who don't know, one of the first things that Anna Kasparian showed her true colors on was homelessness.
True.
She essentially seems to see homeless people as some sort of revolting subhuman creatures that are just in her way as she tries to go into whatever high-end boutique she, you know, spends her TYT grift money on. Vosh has said some more stuff on his streams, but I don't feel like parsing through it all because, you know, that boy can blab for a million years on any given subject.
I mean,
so I think this tweet, this X post, this X along a ding dong dung dong boom da bomb, whatever the fuck you want to call it, will have to be enough from his side. So where do I stand on all this? I think Anna Kasparian, if she's willing to sit down with vermin like Ben Shapiro, it doesn't really make sense to refuse to sit down with Vosh because he's just trash. You've already proven you're willing to talk to way worse trash.
True.
And especially since, you know, she sat down with Vosh before. They sat down not
Also
even that long
true.
ago. But I also think that she's right when she says she does not owe Vosh a conversation or a debate, you know. She can, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she can refuse to talk to anyone for any reason, good or bad. Same is true for me or for anybody. I think that if you don't want to participate in a debate or a conversation, the only reason you need is I just don't feel like it. But honestly, if they were to sit down, I doubt I would even watch it. Sounds pretty boring to me. I might, you know, watch a few little clips that get circulated around, but I doubt the discussion as a whole would be worth my while. Then again, I almost never find conversations like that all that interesting. But I do like these little snipes and pot shots on Twitter. Sorry, fucking X. Not Twitter.
X-Man.
X. Ugh. Those are kind of fun, though. And if these two ever do sit down with one another, I hope they talk about homelessness and trans rights and not just about how the other person is a real piece of shit, because that would be very dull to me. A substantive debate peppered with such animosities would be kind of delicious, but a pure drama conversation would be nothing but the pepper. And to me, that's fundamentally unpleasant. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy this video. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Love you all so much. Hope you have a great
I hope
rest
you've
of your
enjoyed my coverage of this video and that you'll give me a dang Adam being awesome. Kind of float back and forth between supporting Dems no matter what and not being able to swallow my hate for the Dems and start integrating party support. Oh, these are the options. Well, we have to work with what we've got. Okay? We have to work with what we've got. Also, we've got a topic. We've got a topic to cover. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna cover it. But this one is without a game. This one will be without a game. So we're gonna turn it off for a bit. Will be the last segment for today. So I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna be right back. And then we're gonna do the last segment for today. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. It's going to be history. In the meantime, recommend this stream to people and let's get more gigglers in here. I am back. Jonestown to have no Sanya. What? Interesting. So I'm back with a topic. It is tied to the City of Bones. We have discussed a little bit about the past within Warsaw. We have discussed the City of Bones, how we have bones beneath the City of Warsaw. Hello, MCADHD. Hello, hello. Good almost morning, actually. Good almost morning. And now, to supplement the segment called The City of Bones, we're going to delve into the Jewish community of a different city than Warsaw. Okay? And so we begin. We're going to watch a documentary on stream. The world was our villain. Ours. The world was ours. Vilna. This is it. The world was ours. Jewish legacy of Vilna. And while I do have my criticisms of this documentary, and I will make my criticism known, it is a very well made, beautiful, beautiful documentary. And it'll widen the context of what exactly had been lost. And I think it was filmed after. I mean, the document was created after the war, obviously. It contains archive footage. I think watching this will give you a deeper understanding of the City of Bones itself. I think those materials feed into each other, and I think we should watch it together. And I will give my thoughts as we watch it together. I also recommend all of you to go and let me see, subscribe to this channel. It is actually growing pretty rapidly, which I'm happy about. No, Warsaw is not commonly referred to as the City of Bones. There are a plethora of reasons for that. Okay. Which I might actually explain in the future as well. Let us begin watching. And I liked your live stream of Dylan Burns. Oh! MCADHD. So you came here from Dylan's audience, yes? My big goal for the nearest future is to have a second talk with Dylan. That is my goal, basically, to secure some sort of second talk with Dylan. But unfortunately, it is easier said than done. I will get it. you can be part of that effort by telling Dylan to talk to me. Okay. With that said, I'll donate to Dylan tomorrow. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. We are doing our best. Kefals actually wrote me that for now she's a bit busy, but we got a message from Kefals, so that's a nice sign. I want to see you with Vosh, Destiny, and Stardust one day. You mean talking to them or size-wise? I did some tours in Savannah, Georgia, and they said apparently like 1/3 of the city had unmarked or unknown graves underneath it from tuberculosis, death, and other diseases. People often couldn't afford burials, I guess. Interesting. It might be worth looking into, actually. Lots of history there in the roads, buildings. Yeah, exactly. I think it might be very well worth looking into and talking about. Yes, talking to them and size-wise. Okay, yeah, that might be interesting. But first, let us watch this. A very nice documentary. And as I said, it will make The City of Bones, which will premiere soon, make a lot more sense to you. When the Germans seized my city, Vilna, about 80,000 Jews lived there. How many remained after German occupation? After the occupation, 600 Jewish people remained in Vilna. The 79,400 were exterminated, yes. To keep things in perspective, in Warsaw, you had over 400,000 Jewish people living in Warsaw. Okay? And most of them died. The Polish Blair White, that would be a pretty, that would be a discussion. The Polish Jewish community had, give or take, 3.5 million people in it. And give or take a bit over 300,000 people survived out of the 3.5 million community in Poland. Hi, Lucy. Hello, Dexmex.
Do I consider myself Russian, Lithuanian, or Polish? I think it's much simpler to say I'm a Jew from Vilna, because that actually says it. This amazing community, not being numerous, were able to give a very big contribution to Jewish thought, Jewish life, Jewish philosophy through the ages.
It is vanished. There is no more of the Jewish life in Vilna, as if...
Vilna is the Polish pronunciation. It's the Polish way of saying Vilnius or Vilna. And you will hear this Polish pronunciation throughout the documentary.
The earth had opened and everything fell in.
As a child, I was aware of this world which was very, very alive. I always remember these people like that, being not some monuments of stone, but real flesh and blood.
Correct. You tap it like that as well,
It's
yeah.
so important for the world to know.
Oh, MCA DHD. Maybe I've asked you that before. I tend to ask people the same thing many times. Are you from Poland, perhaps?
How we live. That's why talking about the good times makes the bad times even more impossible to accept.
That's true. I still find the whole thing impossible to accept, which is why I dream of a project that I will want to put into. I will want to start a. I will want to start a project pretty soon. Yes, I am, and I returned to the I've returned to the country. Oh, interesting. Nice. I think a lot of people don't seem to understand the gravity of even 1,000 deaths, let alone these numbers. It's hard to picture thousands of bodies just covering the streets, flood a town in bodies. You could stack them high. Or hundreds of thousands of people killed. Also, for further context, after World War I, the demographic breakdown of Vilnius or Vilna was 50% Polish people, 40% Jewish people, and the remaining 10% were Lithuanian people. There were some even German people, I think, some Russian people, but 50% were Polish people and 40% were Jewish people.
I thought that Vilna was the capital of the world. I know that Vilna was the capital of my world.
When I walked through the streets of Vilna, I could hear somebody was studying the Talmud, somebody was playing the violin, somebody was reciting, somebody was singing.
We had an opera ensemble which staged operas.
It was a bit complicated. Let me just... This gets very complicated, okay? Because... Okay, I will... It's a bit of a tangent, but I think it's important to say. So, before World War I, there was no Poland, there was no Lithuania, there was no Ukraine, and there was no Belarus as well. And before that, you had the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. And there are a couple of grave errors that are made when discussing the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Error number 1. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not Poland, okay? It was a composite state that actually comprised of many ethnicities, many cultures, many languages, many religions as well. Mistake number 2. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not a nation state. National identity as we know it today did not exist in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Nationalities did not exist in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as we understand them today. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was also called the Commonwealth of the Two Nations, but the world nations, Naród, Rzeczpospolita Obojga Narodów, meant something very different then than it means now. What it meant was. A nation, a political nation, was basically the people that lived in the territory of a given kingdom, duchy, etc. Okay? And that brings me to point 3, which is not a mistake, but it has to be explained. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth formed in 15... I'm gonna have to look up the exact date. The Union of Lublin was in 1569. And before that, you had the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. Okay? It had an elected king. But I will explain it in point 3. The Commonwealth had an estate system, or as I would translate it further into English, a class system. At the top of the system were the nobles, the nobility, who were the de facto citizens, and they, from the nobility, a king was elected. You had classes like the peasants, who were basically the lowest class in this hierarchy. Jewish people were actually their own class within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and enjoyed the so-called Golden Age. And so on and so forth. Okay? Now, after the partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, national identity... Arkael, we played your game today. We have played your game today. Pseudo Regalia. We've played your game today. So, after the Jewish people had a special relationship with the nobility. So, yes, there was respect there. It's the topic of Jewish people within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Kingdom of Poland itself deserves its own big dedicated topic segment. Nationalities started forming. Polish national identity started forming, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, etc. Okay? And while, yes, Vilnius was a capital of the Great Duchy of Lithuania, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was also combined into a single entity. Okay? So, yes. So, for example, it ended with people of different ethnicities living amongst one another, and it led to situations like Vilnius being majority Polish, Lviv being majority Polish, and with Lviv, listen, I push hard against calling the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Poland because it's incorrect. Okay? It is incorrect to call the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Poland. It is a view that is retrospectively projected onto the Commonwealth from the perspective of the Polish nation state, which is very incorrect. So the newly formed nations started fighting over which territories of the old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth should belong to the newly formed nation state. And for example, you had Lviv, which was majority Polish, but you had all the surrounding areas which were majority Ukrainian. Okay? And it led to the Polish-Ukrainian War in 1918, which ended with Poland winning and Lviv and all the Ukrainian areas becoming part of Poland, the newly formed nation state of Poland. Does that make sense? Similar things happened with Vilnius, which is majority Polish. So it, through various machinations, ended up in the newly formed nation state of Poland. Right? But once again, I have to stress, nation state of Poland, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, very different concepts. Very, very different concepts. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a composite state. Pre-World War II Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus were nation states. And a composite state is something very different from a nation state. So semi-borderless in each class or demographic acted like a state within the US. They each had their own collective voice for the grander Commonwealth. That's not exactly how that worked. That's not exactly how that worked. The Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania remained sort of as separate bodies, as autonomous bodies, but they were united as one Commonwealth. And of course, there's the fact that if Ruthenian, because you also had Ruthenia, which became Belarus and Ukraine, if the Ruthenian nobles had pushed for their rights more during the Pact of Lublin, then there was a pretty big chance for a Polish, Lithuanian, Ruthenian Commonwealth from the get-go. In the year of the Pact of Lublin. Does that make sense? My city has a large Ukrainian population. They do cultural festivals each year, and you can get free meatballs, cholopci and pierogi. Nice. That does sound nice. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Wait, how close or different is it to say ancient Greece? And it's different. It's very different. Because it was one big country. There was a union of Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. They were in a union. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? RKL? Does that make sense? Greater Rand? Fake Alec Kyle Parker? Does that make sense? MCADHD? If anything doesn't make sense, then ask and I will address the topic. But let's return to the Vilna community of pre-World War II Poland.
In Yiddish, Aida.
Oh, one last thing. The biggest example of how fluid the notion of nationality, national identity, and how fluid the notion of nation states was when it was still forming is how a famous Polish piece of literature called Pan Tadeusz starts with the words, "O Lithuania, my homeland, you are as health itself." Lithuania. Right? Because people still thought in the terms of the wider Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, even when the national identity started already forming then. Okay, let's continue.
Carmen and other operas in Yiddish.
Yiddish.
It was amazing.
Being a Jewish teenager, it was just nourishing.
It was such a privilege. It was such an extraordinary thing to be from Vilna that in your family, everybody was telling you, you are the aristocracy of the Jewish people. You are from Vilna.
Okay, this is where I have to push back a bit. Because this notion of the aristocracy from Vilna, that all the things that they're speaking about with Yiddish, with the culture, it was also present in Warsaw. Because, as I've said before the war started, 50,000 Jewish people lived in Vilna, and 350,000 Jewish people lived in Warsaw. You know? Like, I know that the documentary is going to build up Vilna as really a big deal, but at the end of the day, when it came to the Polish Jewish community, Warsaw was its center by sheer size alone.
Vilna was a city of ideas, of dreams. It was a city of deep, profound meditation. Vilna lived with history, old families, old tradition, old memories, and at the same time, it was a city with a tremendous desire to strive for something new, for something unusual, for something behind the mountains.
I believe, gosh, by some estimates, Jewish people made up 1/3 of the population of the capital of Poland, and by some estimation, Jewish people were also almost like 50% of pre-World War II Warsaw. It depends on which estimates you look at. You know?
According to legend, Vilna was born in a dream, a vision that came to Gediminas, the 14th century ruler of Lithuania. One night on a hunting expedition, he dreamt of a large wolf with an iron shield, howling fiercely at the moon. His high priestess said the wolf represented a great fortress city that would rise on those very hunting grounds, and the animal's cry forecast the fame that city would someday achieve. And so it was that by 1322, Vilna became the capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a vast territory that bordered both Russia and Poland. As the great empires of Eastern Europe expanded and contracted over the centuries that followed, Vilna changed hands many times, a child of all and a child of none.
There are many ways of calling the city. My mother's family called it Vilna. I call it Vilno. In Polish, the Lithuanians call it Vilnius, and who knows what the Russians call it.
Vilno was a fascinating city of many languages and denominations. There was no one Vilno. Everyone belonged to a different Vilno.
It was an explosion of sounds on a weekday, where you would hear Yiddish, Polish, Russian, and even sometimes Belarusian, sometimes Lithuanian. Peasants would come from the surrounding countryside to sell mountains of cheese and butter and vegetables and flowers. And in those streets, you would have Russians buying, Jews buying, Poles selling, Belarusians arriving, cultures intermingled, united by mutual need, sometimes by mutual respect, though alas, one has to say, very frequently by hostility as well.
Depending in what circle you moved, you had a different perspective.
Right.
People belonging to the Polish-speaking Vilno had very little knowledge what was going on in the Jewish Vilno, and vice versa.
The Jews were part of Vilna since the 1300s. By the 15th century, they were granted full rights and privileges. But over the years, here as elsewhere, they were persecuted by less tolerant regimes. Despite anti-Semitism, they managed to forge a city within a city, a hub of Jewish life and learning that made Vilna the spiritual and cultural center of European Jewry.
That's not entirely true. As I've said, Warsaw also forged a city within a city. In fact, many Jewish people who came from different parts of the then Russian Empire said that of all the cities, Warsaw was the most Jewish. So I guess opinions on such things will differ. But it does also speak to how big and how thriving the Jewish community in Poland was.
So much Vilna the spiritual city within a city, a hub of Jewish life and learning that made Vilna the spiritual and cultural center of European Jewry.
The center. The person said a hub, but the center, which is not exactly correct.
So much so that it is said that when Napoleon passed through Vilna, he called it the Jerusalem of Lithuania.
Vilna was a meeting point for ideas and a meeting point for Jewish history and Jewish change. It always held learning in the highest regard. If you look for what holds the Jewish people together over the centuries, the answer is learning. Learning. This is the core.
That intellectual fervor was rooted in a rich tradition of religious scholarship. This was embodied by Vilna's great synagogue. Its courtyard formed the heart of the Jewish quarter. This vibrant courtyard housed the famous
Well, of course, the Pale settlement in Russia was preventing any bigger Russian city from being too Jewish, quote unquote. Right.
Ashun Library, which had one of the largest collections of Judaica in all of Eastern Europe.
Hey, Lucy, prepare to suffer tomorrow. Remember those VFX guys who used AI to make an anime short? I remember, yes. Religious centers do be done pretty. Okay, there's I do have to explain. A synagogue is nothing like a Catholic church or any other Christian church. Okay? This is a thing that I have to explain. Guess what I'm asking you to cover tomorrow? I don't know. A synagogue is not a temple. That is very important. That is a very important thing to say, okay? There's a crucial difference between a Christian or Catholic or a Catholic or any other Christian church and a synagogue. A synagogue is not a temple. A mosque. Right? A mosque. Yeah. So yes, keep that in mind. A synagogue is not a temple. It is a place of prayer, yes, but is also a place of learning, a place, it's very much serves of like a community center for Jewish life.
In the 18th century, Vilna epitomized the Jewish soul, known throughout the world for the brilliance of its Talmudic scholars. The most famous of those, Rabbi Eliyahu ben Solomon Zalman, was so revered that he earned the title of Gaon, or genius. In a bold gesture, the Gaon opposed an ancient ban on secular learning and encouraged Jews to study the sciences, mathematics, even music.
Jewish Lithuania was much more open to modernity. That symbol of the Vilna Gaon reminded them that they were living in a special city where responsibility combined with determination to create something.
I'm going to be biased, but yes.
Something new.
And there was a feeling that we are not just a religion, but a nation. And that feeling was exploited by the new movements that were secular in their essence.
Vilna became the birthplace of the pioneering socialist movement called the Bund.
The Bund was a Jewish socialist movement that said to the Jews, we can change our lives and fight for liberation here in Eastern Europe and become dignified citizens here in the city.
Keep in mind, Jewish socialists were a counter movement to the Zionist movement. Historical name, what do you mean?
Where we live.
World War I marked a sea change for the Jews of Vilna.
Giegler. Giegler is my historical name.
At war's end, after 100 years of Russian rule, Vilna found itself once again in the midst of a power struggle. Finally, Poland prevailed.
The Poles took Vilna in April 1919, and on April 19th, 1919, the day that they entered the city, there was a terrible pogrom. Many Jews were killed. Hundreds were wounded. April 19th was the symbol of bloodshed and murder.
It would take a new Polish leader, a native of Vilna, Joseph Pilsudski, to put an end to the suppressive tide of anti-Semitism in 1919. He helped launch a 20-year renaissance of Jewish life in Vilna, which rivaled the accomplishments of more storied urban centers, like Berlin or Warsaw.
We might do a stream about Józef Piłsudski in the future.
General Pilsudski tried to create a really strong and great Poland. He tried to accommodate and bring in as many of the minorities as possible. Maybe pro forma, but he was against excesses against Jews. He was, because it didn't fit the image of Poland, which he envisioned and which he would like to project for the entire world.
Pilsudski issued a proclamation. I am not instituting a military government, but a civilian one, led by the people of the country. He vowed, everyone will be protected, regardless of belief or nationality. That edict granted Jews the freedom to participate as equals, and they seized the opportunity. When the university reopened, after being shut down for 60 years by the Russians, Jews comprised a quarter of the student body. No longer relegated as second-class citizens, the Jews of Vilna passionately pursued both culture and causes and were deeply committed to their social obligations.
My father and my mother wanted very much to work with children to elevate their level of education and Jewish consciousness.
And of course, there's the glue that connected it all together and will be mentioned here, Yiddish, which, as you may know now, Yiddish now is a language that is faced with extinction. Yiddish as a language is on the brink of extinction right now.
Participation in Jewish life. Their ideals were not so much religious, but more civic and social.
They focused their efforts on the ancient Jewish quarter, where close to 15% of Vilna's...
Of which it doesn't mean anything, it's just a thing that... Yeah.
Jews lived. It was a dense, congested area, now home to a poor population, further swelled by a flood of refugees in the wake of World War I.
The Jewish quarter was 6 or 7 blocks large, and it housed 10,000 people. So the Jewish quarter was not isolated. It was in the center of the city. Anybody walking through the city passed the Jewish quarter.
I remember that quarter vividly because I passed it every day of my life until probably age 14. Coming from where we lived, the streets were very wide, with comfortable homes, with alleys of chestnut trees. The moment you enter the Jewish quarter, not a single tree, not a single bit of green. And the streets, instead of being wide and sunny, turn into crooked, narrow, winding little places, which from time to time, after every block, are interrupted by shops. So you have there a profusion of smells, colors, motion, crowds.
You saw a lot of poor people there, badly dressed, children in rags. Of course, I felt very bad for them because I saw the difference, how I lived and how they live.
There were many Jewish doctors who not only they were doctors, they were philanthropists who understood the disparity between the rich Jews of Vilna and the poor.
The importance of
By the year
community.
1920, the prominent physician, Dr. Sema Shabbat, had spearheaded the Vilna branch of TAZ, the Society to Protect the Health of the Jewish population.
Das verhiebt uns gesund von der jüdischen Bevölkerung in Polen. Kranke werden geheilt. Aufgehende jüdische Lebens werden beschützt.
In Warsaw, you had several Jewish hospitals.
Kommen daheim. Der Tod wacht.
Within a year, there were TAZ medical facilities not just in Vilna, but in 40 small towns throughout the region. Besides treating the sick, they led a campaign to improve nutrition and to provide free medicine for thousands of children. That spirit of giving went far beyond medicine. Every trade group, from butchers to carpenters to teachers to religious organizations, sponsored some kind of charity. They
Once
were
again, like the importance of the community, of people supporting one another, of, mutual support.
Vocational courses, free loan societies, free lending libraries, and child care centers, all administered by the Jewish community.
The community organized a special institution for juvenile delinquent boys. They didn't end up in jail. They worked there. They were taught there. They had a tremendous garden. The director of this is
Another important aspect of the community, the rehabilitation. Yiddish is a very German-sounding language. I learned a little to all my German teachers back in the days. That is because Yiddish is a language that was based on an old dialect of German combined with elements of Hebrew. Sorry? What do you mean, what is that image?
Institution. He introduced me to the little thieves, and I looked at them, and they looked very charming. And I said, "Are you sure they're thieves? They look so nice, and they're so polite." After spending 20 minutes, my watch was gone, my money was gone. The director said, I told him to do it, because they are very, very competent little thieves. That was Vilna. They embraced these little thieves, cared for them, and the little thieves were aware that they are not excluded from the society, that there's a way out.
Rehabilitation.
All of this assistance was not only virtuous, but essential, because even in Pilsudski's Poland, anti-Semitism could not be extinguished.
I heard about anti-Semitism in my home all the time. Anti-Semitism followed my father throughout his career because his friends who graduated the officer school together with him were majors and colonels, and some were generals, and he was still a lieutenant.
Even in the university which Pilsudski had reopened, Jews could not escape discrimination.
I came to the university in 1932. There were white Russians and Lithuanians and Ukrainians and some Germans, but Jews were singled out in the general association of students of the University of Vienna. The only students who couldn't belong were Jews.
By and large, however, Pilsudski's reforms did improve life. Yiddish schools, which had been forbidden under Tsarist regimes, now became partially funded by the Polish government.
The Yiddish language was the main language of Jewish people in the region. And as I said before, now it is on the brink of being extinct. anti-Semitism spawned from the story of Jesus' crucifixion. It's more complicated than that.
Die Kinder wissen, wem sind die dosige Wörter?
Ja, das ist von der Tag.
Yiddish, the language common to Jews throughout Eastern Europe, a language that was considered unsophisticated and associated with poverty, now acquired a patina of culture and class.
When this folk language begins to nurture a modern educational system, this is revolutionary. Instead of living in the past, you're now saying, I can reshape my life here and now, in the present. And my language is not just something that I happen to use, but my language will become the tool that I will use to change who I am.
In the Vilna community, Yiddish was a language of the people. It united the poor, the middle class, the traders, the intelligentsia, and the professionals.
There's a very interesting, complicated aspect when it comes to the creation of a wider Polish Yiddish press, because there was a group of Jewish people called the Litvaks that came from more eastern regions, and they basically established the wider press. And because the intelligentsia, to a large degree, spoke and communicated in languages like Russian, Polish, and Yiddish was this unifier that did not treat people of certain economical standing as worse. Everybody was equal when it came to Yiddish, the language of everybody. How I hate Dmowski for being a jealous loser and sabotaging almost every Piłsudski plan, and also for being a bitter, jealous loser. Well, Dmowski was a bigot and a nationalist, and we will discuss Dmowski on a stream in the future for sure as well. That's right. It's interesting how a way of speech becomes the incorrect low-class speech. Language always is changing. African American vernacular is considered really broken, especially in school, but it communicates information perfectly fine. That's the job of a language. Yes, and Yiddish is its own language, and it's a beautiful language at that.
Yiddish was a language of the Jews of Vilna, and they were extraordinarily proud of it.
This great transformation took place all over Eastern Europe, but Vilna became the capital of this new imaginary universe called Yiddishland, the land of Yiddish.
Sort of, but not exactly. The idea of Yiddishland is that it has no capital. There is no land of the Yiddish land, ironically enough. The idea of Yiddishland is that people are scattered around the world, but they are unified by this language, Yiddish.
In den Beis Hamigdosh, in a winkel heider.
The music I associate with Vilna is my mother's lullabies. I almost liked being sick, because when I was sick, my mother would put a big pillow on her lap and put me on the pillow and hug me with the pillow and sing to me. And I hear it now.
Täter Klor weiß die Galle, dass die Galle ist gefahren handeln. Das wird sein dein...
By the mid-1920s, there was a thriving Yiddish educational system that extended from primary schools through higher learning.
Shlov sheida leshlov.
Vilna, because it was between the empires and not belonging to any of them, it was neither Russian, nor German, nor Polish, nor Lithuanian, and all of them at the same time, it could preserve its own culture in Yiddish.
Vilna's flourishing Jewish community was
That's also not entirely correct. Like the Warsaw Jewish community was huge, very thriving, very diverse.
Influential that when a group of international scholars, among them the historian Simon Dubnov, decided to form an academy dedicated to Yiddish language and culture, there was no question where it would be located. As one attending scholar put it, in Vilna, they take the matter very seriously. Vilna idealists are great pragmatists, and they have shown how to make dreams come true. International luminaries such as Albert Einstein and Sigmund Freud lent their names in support of the endeavor. It was called the Yiddish Scientific Institute, the academy known as YIVO,
important,
and was headed by Max Weinreich,
very important
a linguistic
institute.
scholar and journalist from Vilna.
Very important.
To assemble YIVO's library, Weinreich asked Yiddish publishers all over the world to donate one copy of each book in their catalog, and he encouraged volunteers, known as Sammlers or collectors, to gather all kinds of Jewish ethnographic material.
Interesting.
You had in Poland alone 150 registered circles of collectors in different towns and cities sending material to YIVO. And not only great historical documents, but materials about everyday life.
We would go to the fish market, and there were women selling fish, and we would make them angry. And I remember as today that a fat big woman with a wet towel would run after me and hit me with the towel and curse me. And that's all we wanted. We would then go home and write down the curses, right? For example, ich will machen von deiner Kischkes a Telefon. I will make a telephone of your guts. Okay? Or I will turn your intestines into a telephone, meaning telephone line, of course.
There was no Library of Congress for Yiddish. YIVO became the bibliographic center for Yiddish studies. It became the leading center for research on Jewish culture, most of which expressed itself in the Yiddish language. What all of these amounted to was the expression of a need.
I think it goes without saying what it means for all this that Yiddish now faces extinction as a language, right? What it means for all of that culture, all of that knowledge, all of that writing, all of that literature, right?
To make clear to ourselves who exactly we are. It was intended to deal with the problems of the Jews in Europe, the problems of joining a modern society, the problems of facing anti-Semitism, the problems of living with a variety of ethnic groups, with a variety of nationalities in the same place at the same time. The question is, how do Jews become part of European society, nevertheless remain Jews?
Throughout the 1920s and 30s, that question fueled an extraordinary outpouring of creative expression among Vilna's Jews. Debates raged among communists, Bundists and Zionists, Orthodox Jews and atheists, Hebrewists and Yiddishists. Even middle-class women joined in, trading traditional roles of wife and housekeeper for an education, a career, a political cause. Nearly everyone in Jewish Vilna was active in something. In a city of less than 60,000 Jews, there were close to 200 registered community groups, from chamber music ensembles and art societies to amateur theater guilds and sports clubs.
I don't remember
What
as
a
a teenager, not affiliated with some kind of club or movement. There was no such thing as free time, hanging around. What do you mean hanging around? We never hung around. There was always some kind of get-togethers. We were teenagers, and we loved American movies. But we knew America from Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. And we knew it from Chaplin, of course.
So,
Vilna's institution of music, theater, and fine art provided a training ground for legendary talents, among them the renowned violinist Jascha Heifetz.
the Jewish community in Poland was extremely, like, I cannot overstate just how big, just how diverse, just and creatively diverse the community was. You had politicians of all stripes, of all affiliations, from the left to the right. You had movie makers. You had playwrights. You had poets, musicians. You had journalists. You had everything. It was a rich and vibrant community, correct? Yes, both of these words fit perfectly to describe Poland before 1939, which had 3.5 million Jewish people in it.
Expressionist painter Chaim Soutine. The city attracted celebrated performers and artists from all over Europe. In 1935, Marc Chagall, visiting Vilna, was inspired to paint scenes of the city. Homegrown talents like the Yiddish Theater Company, the Vilna Truppe, played to packed houses throughout Europe and
Jewish
America,
theaters.
performing not only Yiddish works, but also Chekhov, Shakespeare, Moliere, and O'Neill. Yiddish also permeated the literature that came out of Vilna in those years. An avant-garde literary group was formed, Jung Vilna, which used Yiddish as its chosen language. First published by the city's leading Yiddish daily in 1929,
exactly.
The Jung Vilna
Yiddish
writers were an overnight
is the leading
sensation.
language.
Before long, they were publishing their own journal and holding public readings of their work.
The Jung Vilna evenings
Highlander.
really became community events. They would be held in a big auditorium, and the audience would be packed with anticipation. You never knew what was going to happen at the Jung Vilna evening because all of these writers were really quite eccentric, each in their own way. Jung Vilna was really a constellation of writers. They differed in terms of their genre, in terms of their influences, in terms of their subjects. What united them, though, was all of them were from Vilna, and all of them had a commitment to Yiddish as their literary language and as their medium.
Let that sink in. A commitment to Yiddish as the literary language. A strong commitment to Yiddish. Like, I know I'm repeating myself at this point, but Yiddish has been put on a list of languages that are endangered with extinction.
a new generation was now heralding a golden age. Jews at last became a part of society at large, while not sacrificing their identity.
Nowhere else could there be this culturally cohesive Yiddish-speaking environment. Not in New York, not in Warsaw, not in Montreal.
That's also not true about Warsaw. Warsaw had an extremely huge Yiddish community with press, Yiddish theaters, cinemas, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to have to disagree here. Respectfully.
Vilna really had all the institutions in place. A Yiddish school system, Yiddish newspapers, Yiddish theater.
Warsaw had all these things. School system. Warsaw had it. Theaters. Warsaw had them. Cinemas. Warsaw had them. Hospitals. Warsaw had them. So if I have one criticism of the documentary, is that it sort of tries to play up Vilna at the expense of other cities, which I'm not a big fan of. Gotta live in the same traditionally prim and proper homes, wear the proper clothes, talk the same, walk the same, eat the same, believe the same. Right.
Theater, Yiddish artists, Yiddish writers, Yiddish street signs. Everything was overflowing with Yiddish, and Vilna was the kernel for a dream of an autonomous Yiddish culture in Eastern Europe.
If you were from Vilna...
Like, once again, to put it into perspective, the Vilna Jewish community was 50,000 people. Warsaw had 350,000 people who spoke Yiddish and created in Yiddish. After all, the great Nobel Prize winner Isaac Bashevis Singer was from Warsaw.
You had to be very proud. People were very alive. There was an incredible vitality. But there was a whole worldly generation in Vilna of Jews that were the first who became really free.
Freedom. And then... That's right.
But that exhilaration was tragically short-lived. By the early 1930s, the long shadow of fascism, already triumphant in Germany, had begun to creep across Vilna. Jews became the primary target of a belligerent nationalistic campaign to expel all minorities.
I went to state high school. I didn't feel any anti-Semitism in the beginning. They were very friendly. But everything changed in a few years with the outbreak of the most violent, most malicious anti-Semitism. The Polish university students were in forefront of anti-Semitic action. They were organizing demonstrations. They published anti-Semitic literature. I remember going through a real crisis, real sort of depression, that the whole world ceased to exist.
I had a friend who was a university student, and he came one day with a bandaged head. What happened? There was a rule that the Jewish students had to sit on the left. We made a mistake, and he sat on the right, and he was beaten up. And we thought, oh, God, no.
In 1935, as German Jews were being stripped of their civil rights, Polish President Józef Pilsudski, the leader who had transformed life for Vilna's Jews, died.
interestingly enough, Joseph Piłsudski actually wanted to attack Nazi Germany preemptively. First Endetia and then the German cultural preference for order materialized into National Socialism. Well, unfortunate. We'll probably dedicate streams to those topics. But for now, let's focus on this.
Almost immediately, right-wing nationalists forged a coalition with the new government and called for an official boycott against the Jews. Virtually overnight, the Nazi threat seemed more than a distant drumbeat.
Before the war, none of us believed that our world would come to a such terrible end. We were very young. We felt that the world is waiting for us. And we listened very carefully to Hitler's speeches. We still believed that logic and reason will prevail.
I would just like to intersect here by saying history repeats itself. History rhymes. Okay? There are people right now that believe that logic will prevail, that all you have to do is a civil debate with the fascists and that reason will be on top. Yes, we just do not learn. We don't learn.
In 1939, in the last day of August, on a veranda of our rented little summer home, is the first time when I danced with a girl. I recall that the record then on the record player was Stormy Weather. And as I started to dance, it was dawn and the bombs started to fall.
September 1, 1939, the Second World War had begun. Just days before, Germany and the Soviet Union had signed a non-aggression pact and secretly agreed to divide Poland between them.
Of course, Marxists, Leninists, especially those who have a leaning towards Stalin, will argue that's not the case, but we know what happened.
Vilna went to the Russians, who had annexed Lithuania and proceeded to grant the Lithuanians full command of the city. The Jews in what was now Nazi-occupied Poland began streaming into Vilna by the thousands in search of a safe haven.
There were lots of people who came then to Vilna from Warsaw. There were refugees. In our house, every day was filled with some newcomers, and everyone was full of stories.
We had come out of Warsaw just before the ghetto. Before the ghetto was set up, we had escaped the bombing, we had escaped the firing squad. My mother and father and I were reunited after an extraordinary series of events. So Vilna was a normal world for just a brief moment. But things changed very, very quickly in, I think it was in June of 1940, when my parents and I had gone in to see Marie Antoinette with Norma Shearer and Tyrone Power. We went into the theater, and the Lithuanians were in power. We came out of the theater, and the Russian tanks were rolling down Vilna streets, and people were running and beginning to hoard in an absolute panic.
And then,
wresting back control of Vilna, the Russians inaugurated a vicious offensive against suspected threats to their regime, including many Jews.
Yeah.
Yet most of the Jewish population still believed that Soviet domination would at least keep them safe from the Nazis. On June 22, 1941, Hitler suddenly reneged on his non-aggression pact with Stalin and declared war on the Soviet Union. Within a few days, the Red Army was on the run, and German troops had occupied Vilna.
Beginning, the end.
The Germans went after the Jews right away. Within a couple of days, they issued orders that all Jews must wear a circle with a yellow J inside that circle for Jude.
When the Germans came in, people were taken off the street and disappeared. Men especially started to disappear, either taken from the street or from their apartments.
This is something that people don't understand. Just how many executions were happening in the eastern parts of pre-World War II Poland. Hundreds of thousands of people were executed. Just keep this in mind. There were certain records. But it is interesting that you ask this question, how do you know someone is a Jew if they don't wear the tag? Because there were certain Jewish families that actually did survive the Holocaust by pretending to be Germans. And it actually worked. I will release a video in the near future, which will be a story of a family of a person who pretended to be German, started a German company which was named by the Nazi regime as a crucial company to the war effort. And this person saved numerous Jewish people by hiring them in the company. So that's a whole story that I will sort of show in a video that will be released fairly soon.
We used to call it harpoons. People were kidnapped.
I was going to a barber shop to have a haircut when a German noticed me. They picked me up. They accumulated about 500 young men, able-bodied men. They took us to a place that became infamous later, which is called Ponari.
My aunt, Yetta, my mother's younger sister, had a dacha in Ponari. Yetta was one of the first persons that witnessed and that realized that the Germans have turned that area of Ponari into a place of execution.
We were taken off one by one from the truck and marched to the grave. I was quietly going towards the grave in disbelief that I'm going to die. I just did not believe that this is the last moment of my life. Shortly before the grave, I fell. The shot went off at the very split second. The shooter believed that he hit me and I fell. I simply fell. The next victim fell on top of me. When I came home and told the story, in the apartment house where I lived, nobody believed me except my parents.
People, keep in mind, for a very long time, people just could not believe that things could be this bad. A lot of people were in denial about it. And there were people that survived like this through such coincidences that they fell and they were in the piles of executed bodies and they later run away. You know?
There was such a need for the people sort of indulge into sort of self-deception. The reality was so terrible that I think everybody was doing his best in order not to believe what was so evident.
It's not so easy to just learn German, by the way.
On the morning of September 6,
easier said than done.
1941,
They
German
were
soldiers
certain
rounded up
records.
the city's Jews and herded them into a walled ghetto that they had created in Vilna's old
There
Jewish
were certain records on people as well, so keep that in mind as well.
quarter. Days before, the Nazis had executed the majority of the Jews that had lived there.
It was very scary because all this was empty. We were among the first to arrive. We went up to now one of the houses to an apartment. The door was open. There was in the dining room a table where people did not finish their meal. They were taken away there. There was still food in the plates.
Vilna's Jewish quarter, home to a vibrant community for more than 400 years, had become little more than a holding pen.
Same with Warsaw, the Warsaw Ghetto.
In a neighborhood that only days before had held nearly 4,000 people, some 40,000 now crowded together, consumed by terror and dread.
Keep in mind, the Warsaw Ghetto held over 400,000 people crammed into a very small area. The ghettos were a place where people died of starvation by the hundreds of thousands.
Ich bronze im Ghetto von Gessel zu Gessel und kenn gefinnen kein Ort.
There was no cannibalism. Not that I know of, but no.
Trockt men a riber, Menschen aus sagt, hoch a Wort. Es läuft auf mein Heim jetzt der Himmel, der Bläue, was sich ob ich jetzt davon. Ich steh wie a Bettler bei jedem Teuer und bettel a bissel Sonn.
Unbeknownst to the ghetto population, every man, woman, and child was marked for execution. Over a period of months, the Nazis would carry out periodic so-called actions against the Jews, transporting them to their death at the killing fields of Ponari.
Right.
In spite of a fear that each time we go to bed, we'll be awakened by the Germans, never could be certain that the night will go by to the morning. In spite of that, in the morning, people would get up, go to work, and think of where they're going to get food, where they're going to get some news from our friends.
Yeah.
That's where survivorship became so evident.
I'm more educated on the Warsaw Ghetto, and part of the resistance against Nazi occupier was growing food at places like the cemetery even. And well, it was a struggle for survival, and still within the first year or so, about 100,000 people died of starvation in the Warsaw Ghetto. And what is important to note that at some point people started being taken to the death camps. And there's a very tragic element to it. In Warsaw, the chief of the Jewish community was asked to sign the first order for the first transport of people to the death camp, and he refused to do so and committed suicide. And since the starvation in the ghetto was so great, there were people that went to the Umschlagplatz from which they were taken to the death camps just to get the scraps of food that people were given. The Jewish community, the sort of the head of the Jewish community. So some people were so desperate for food that they went to the Umschlagplatz of their own will to just get anything to eat. And once they received their scraps, they were taken to the death camps.
The most striking thing about the Vilna ghetto compared to other ghettos is the variety and quantity of cultural activity. These were people who lived under constant conditions of humiliation and dehumanization. They needed some counterweight to this. The first concert in the ghetto took place on January 18th, 1942.
I have to stress this. These sort of events happened in Warsaw as well, concerts, etc. Because people had to try to live normal lives, even in the worst of circumstances.
At this first concert, there was one song introduced, which was a creation in the ghetto itself, and that is the song Yisrolik by the ghetto composer Leib Rosenthal, performed by his sister Chayla Rosenthal. Yisrolik was an orphan,
People did grow food.
one who has been deprived of everything by the terrible events that have taken place, nevertheless remains a cheerful and even a whistling young man, and advises the audience, why bring up the things that we have lost? It only makes things worse.
The ghetto residents harnessed their remaining resources, determined to maintain a functioning society with some semblance of normalcy. Doctors organized free clinics and milk stations. Schools were established. Among the beloved teachers was the incomparable Mira Bernstein.
Mira had tremendous dedication to children, making the days or months they were alive meaningful. She had a class from which children disappeared every day, every second day. Children were missing and not alive anymore. But Mira couldn't afford to be overwhelmed by the great tragedy and disaster, not to do what she was supposed to do as a teacher.
Right. And I might add, there's also another very famous figure, Janusz Korczak, who famously, a writer, who was a principal of a orphanage. And he was actually offered an out of the ghetto. He was offered to be smuggled out of the ghetto, and he refused the offer to be smuggled to safety because he refused to leave the children in the ghetto alone. And famously, he went when the children were taken to the Platz to be taken to the camps. He went with the children, holding them by their hands. Physical labor was done at the camps. I'll see you soon, fake Alec Parker.
It was the Vilna way. Spirituality, knowledge, culture. These were the touchstones, and these were the hedges against despair and defeat. Even in the ghetto, with the stench of death surrounding them, people remained resilient. In their darkest hours, lectures, plays, and concerts sustained them.
When the Nazis came to the...
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your questions. At the camps? You mean at the death camps? It was forced labor. It was like when people arrived at the camps, they were separated into two groups: people who could do forced labor, and people who were basically just sent to the gas chambers right away. And those people were doing manual labor to... I would have to look what sort of... what in particular. There was some manual labor to craft things for the Nazis.
The concept.
It was not for them. It was forced labor, of course.
They couldn't get over what high a level under these circumstances that we were, that this was performed.
There was theater. Somehow, it seems to me unbelievable, but there was theater in the ghetto of Vilna. For a moment, there was a miracle happening on the stage, lights would go on, and there was a different world, there was a different reality. It was a possibility of escape in the ghetto.
For actors and writers, it was some way of legitimizing their very presence in the ghetto. And it's characteristic of Vilna that they would even worry about this question. What are we going to do with our actors, our teachers, our literary people?
Yeah.
The Jewish Quarter's library became a sanctuary for the ghetto's residents. The demand was so great that the library stayed open 6 and sometimes 7 days a week.
It was a place of quiet, a place where you could rest from these terrible uncertainties and fears. You were in the world of books, which remained as if untouched by the event.
13-year-old Yitzhak Rudashevsky wrote in his diary, "The book unites us with the future. The book unites us with..."
Okay. So the prisoners were forced to do work beyond their physical capabilities. They carried from train carts to the magazine, to the storage units, big bags with cement, bricks, and big heavy items, and they were beaten and hurried up by the capo. So that should answer your question. Well, people died while performing the labor, of course.
The world. 100,000 books were circulated the first year of the ghetto. If they could preserve their books, they could preserve their culture, a way to defy Hitler's stampeding death machine. All across Europe, the Nazis were dismantling Jewish libraries and sending the most valuable materials to Frankfurt, to their...
Which, I will remind you, the books were in Yiddish, the language that is on the brink.
So-called Institute for the Study of the Jewish Question. The Germans had already raided major Judaica collections in Germany and France, but Vilna's vast collection overwhelmed them. A group of ghetto intellectuals were ordered to sort through the materials. 2 members of Jung Vilna were among them, the acclaimed Yiddish poets Abraham Sutzkever and Shmerke Kaczerginski. But these poets had a plan of their own.
Sending these materials to Frankfurt was almost the equivalent as sending them to destruction. So they decided they must hide the materials. And that involved, at the end of the workday, stuffing it inside their shirts, their pants, their boots, and then trying to smuggle them back into the ghetto. The only safe place they felt was among Jews. The ghetto police were much more concerned about finding people smuggling food into the ghetto, and in fact mocked them and gave them the nickname the Papierbrigade, the Paper Brigade. Many inhabitants of the ghetto thought that they were crazy. But these people were very committed. This isn't just pieces of paper. This is the stuff of Jewish history.
I can already answer. They wanted the slaves to starve and crumble. They were called death camps for reasons, as opposed to labor camps.
And of Jewish life.
Culture and resistance converged in the Paper Brigade. Not only did Sutzkever and Kaczerginski and most of the others become partisans, but they utilized their ability to go back and forth into the ghetto to smuggle not just books, but also weapons and ammunition.
Sog nit keinmal, als du gehst dem letzten Weg, Gott Himmeln bleine verstellen bläue Tag. Kommen wird noch unser ausgewenkte Show, es wird apoikt on unser Trott mir seinen Do. Kommen wird noch unser ausgewenkte Show, es wird apoikt on unser Trott mir seinen Do.
By the beginning of 1942, a group of political activists in the Vilna ghetto had formed a unified resistance movement, the first in any ghetto in Eastern Europe. It was known as the UPO, the United Partisans Organization, and one of its commanders was a poet named Abba Kovner.
The call for Jewish armed resistance was on the 1st of January 1942 at the meeting of the Zionist Chalutzim groups, and then was called the famous Abba Kovner's proclamation, "Let's not go like sheep to slaughter."
The UPO published an underground bulletin and masterminded acts of sabotage.
In one of the first military actions, 3 members of the Jewish underground left the ghetto nighttime, put a mine, and derailed a German military train.
Keep in mind, and I said this when I did my summary of the conference about the wasted lessons of the genocide, and you have to remember the building of the death camps, the tracks that took Jewish people to the death camps, the trains that were dedicated to taking Jewish people there, the gas that was used, the whole infrastructure. Those were real resources that were redirected from the war effort and dedicated to the genocide. So the whole thing was irrational, of course, from its very foundations.
Which went to the front line. The Germans, of course, didn't relate this mining activity to Jewish underground, otherwise they would retaliate against the Jews in the ghetto very severely.
The partisans even broke into Vilna's centuries-old Jewish Rome press, shrewdly making off with thousands of printer fonts, precious pieces of lead, which they melted down for bullets.
Das Lied geschrieben ist mit Blut und nicht mit Blei. Es ist nicht kein Liedl von a Vogel läuft frei. Das hat a Volk zwischen fallen dicke Wend. Das Lied gesungen mit Naganes in die Hand. Das hat a Volk zwischen fallen dicke Wend. Das Lied gesungen mit Naganes in die Hand.
But in the end, Vilna's partisans and poets, its authors and actors, its teachers, its doctors, its children, were doomed.
Es hat uns das Leben gerufen, das Leben von sonnige Tag, hat jeder in Lande sein munter gespannt, besonder gegangen sein Weg. Zu 1, 2, 3, zu 1, 2, 3, auf Arbeit im Weg sich gelost. Jeder Trott hat ein Klang, jeder Weg ist ein Gesang, wenn du gehst und du weißt, wo für was.
On September 23rd, 1943, the final liquidation of the Vilna ghetto began. Those who remained were either murdered at Ponari or else sent to their death in concentration camps in Estonia and Latvia. By the end of the war, nearly 70,000 had perished.
And keep in mind, when sent to the death camps, the small children were the first, along with the old people, to be killed.
I came to Vilna in 45 after the war. And I came to a cemetery. I did not want to live in a cemetery.
The old Vilna, my Vilna, the Vilna of my parents, my people, didn't exist. It was eradicated, it was destroyed, it was annihilated. I lost something which would never be replaced. And then I said, what did I gain? Is it possible that in spite of this tremendous loss, I gained something? And it was very difficult for me to define, but I felt that I have my people, whether they know it or not. I have my culture. I have a certain set of concepts about life, and they are with me.
I do think that Vilna will remain an anchor in Jewish history. Through much of the second millennium, Vilna was the center of the Jewish world. This is not going to be forgotten Jews in America, in Israel, in South Africa, all over the world will continue to look to Vilna as a place that gave them a sense of themselves. It's now a Vilna of the mind, of the memory, of our own history.
Unser Heimstatt, unser Bänkschaft und Bagger. Ach, wie oft es ruft dein Namen von mein Heuger ist Wilner Gesslach, Wilner Tein, Wilner Wälder Bargunto. Es Neue, es bringt sich noch die Zeiten von Amor.
And that's it. That's the documentary.
Den Wälderle Sekreter in sein Schatten eingehegt.
So, what I'm hoping is that this documentary, alongside the City of Bones segment that will premiere in a few days, that it will paint a broader picture of the history of the community and of what was lost. Culture and people destroyed.
Es ruft dein Namen von mein Heuger ist Wilner Gesslach, Wilner Teich, Wilner Wälder Bargunto. Es Neue, es bringt sich noch die Zeiten von Amor. Es Neue, es bringt sich noch die Zeiten von Amor.
Oh. So yes, that's the segment. It will join this sort of coverage of the documentary will join the segment that is going to be premiering, and I believe this is the right moment for us to finish for tonight, as we have been streaming for over 6 hours. So it's been a long, I think, an eventful stream. Oh, cooking. I mean, we could try to end up on a more happy note. What can I do to end things on a more happy note? There's my boomer humor joke. Okay, let's end on your boomer humor joke. We will from way earlier. Can you repost it? I will read it and we will finish this stream on a joke note. What is this? Kid, not kin. Can we debate now? But it's so late / early. I was thinking of, can we debate on the next stream? Are you gonna be here tomorrow? My goodness, I'm not ready for a debate. When you start EST, I have to do a, okay, Warsaw, do EST. I start at about 5 p.m. EST. I will start about 5 p.m. EST. That's right. And I'm weak to begin with. So for me to stand a chance, you have to get me at my strongest, which is 5 p.m. EST. So, no, do it now unless you're scared. I'm scared. So a farmer buys a rooster to protect his hens. The first morning he comes out to check on the hens, and the rooster has just finished screwing a hole. 150 hens. The next day the farmer comes outside to find the rooster has screwed the cows and goats too. Third day the farmer sees the rooster laying in the road, exhausted to near death. And there's vultures circling. What? The farmer says to the rooster, "That's what you get, you horny food." And the rooster says, "Shh, I'm trying to lure the vultures. Fool." What? Okay. So I guess we're gonna end on this bizarre note. Can I send a meme to you? Yes. What a joke. So yes, Alan, we can debate tomorrow. I can debate tomorrow. I start at 5 p.m. EST. Oh my goodness. Yes, and I demand a rematch tomorrow. At some point. What's this?
비치 볼리볼. 저기 그렇다면 비치 볼리볼.
그러니 해봄이 어떤가? 발리볼.
Okay. So yes, I demand a rematch for this debate that I've lost. So if you cannot come here tomorrow, I will be waiting for a rematch. It's true. I'll see you all tomorrow. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity.